Good morning, everybody, and welcome on in. How are we all doing? I think that sounds good, right? We have a Huxley, a Sean, and a Pixel. How are we all? You're very early, indeed, and a Pokemon gamer. How are we all doing? I'm just checking the tracker, and then I'm going to go do the Cherubi run. Pretty much. Did it work? Yes. Then we can go and do the Cherubi run. Yes, I did. It's 4 a.m. And there's also a Briggy as well. I'm early. You are. Welcome in, everybody. How is everyone doing? I am good too, yes. Huxley's found some more of the emotes. We sort of say we have to do this, like, Cherubi run every day. So, and a hydrate. Okay, we'll have a hydrate. I was going to mention about the tarantula, because I literally went on there to do my wonder trade this morning, and it was like, tarantula spawned like 2 spawns ago. But thank you for the shiny luck. Thank you. And as you can see, the total says 2, because we know that Mrs. Astro came in clutch and got another shiny. Or got the second shiny. I think the sort of emote reaction pretty much completely and utterly went, you got another Mew stamp. Briggy is collecting the Mew stamps. How many do you need? The thing is, I'm at that stage, I don't know if you are, where you're probably not needing many anymore. Like, the only thing I need to do is clear out the shops. That's where I'm at. Because I know, because I've got 2 Cloud Islands. At one stage, I think I had 2 Mew stamps in one day on 2 different islands. Which was kind of funny. Whereas you were sat there until 1 before, then went to make coffee, get everyone ready for school, and then boom. I need them all. 1 more and I have a full card. Wow. Yeah, I can imagine, because I know you do a lot of designing. I don't know if the store refills that much, right? I haven't really double checked all of that info. But we'll see. I haven't actually switched it on since going to see what was happening, and I think telling you there was a Mew stamp. That was the only time I've been on it in about 4 days. And hello, RJ. It is 9 a.m. here. Pixel. They have eaten in the bathroom and live. We may as well say hi. Fair enough. Well, hello. At least this one's always given me Cherubi. That's good, I guess. What do you have today? You have the nest balls. We don't need them. When I last looked, I had like 10,000 coins, because I think from the work or the things that Briggy and Kitty were doing, it ended up triggering like so many of the collecting stuff, building stuff, planting stuff. You should shiny hunt for Squirtle. It's not bad, because it means each area you have to do certain amounts of things, and it gives out loads of coins. So anyone who visits can basically collect the coins, because they are for anyone who visits. It's a W. Yes, it is a W. You will play Pokopia, prepare your events. Okay. And Elite has hit 149 on the badges. Welcome in, Elite. How are we today? So, the other side of it is, has anybody else seen that Madar has officially been announced? And has anyone else signed up as the streamer end of it? That is the question. But first I see you, Effie. We are normally at different times. I think you and RJ are about the same time, if I'm being honest. I'm not streamer enough. I don't think it matter how big or small of a streamer you are. If you want to do it and you want to be put on a streamer team, you can sign up. I've seen people that haven't even got affiliate sign up for it. The events. Or the only requirement is that you stream it once. Basically, you don't need to do it every day. But I'm pretty sure RJ and Pixel are within an hour of each other. If I'm not mistaken. I did forget to check the dates again. It's the 21st, isn't it, to the 31st? Or is it the 22nd till the 31st? But I wonder how many Psyducks Huxley will catch. 22nd, okay. It's a nice long event, at least. And I think I get to help uncover bounties earlier by being in the Shiny League. So that'll be fun. Well, I've told you, you've seen, this isn't Route 1, no. I have to check all the Cherubi trees. Because Cherubi's going to be horrible to hunt. Basically. That is the main reason. Like, shaking trees is not a fun thing to do. And I would love it if everybody did at least one round at it. It's a nice shiny, don't get me wrong, it's just horrible to hunt through trees and headbutting or shaking trees. That's my thing. But of anyone else taking part in the SPVC, how did you like the guides I put together? Were they helpful? I know they weren't pretty, but are they helpful? I don't think there's... Should I just see what this what guy has to save Huxley a walk? I may do a once round one of the others too. Once round the Isle of Armor. Just before we get going. Dual guys, I believe they are the same each day. I'm not 100% sure if they're the same for Sword and Shield. Because I think where I was setting them up, one of the saves didn't seem to have the same, but the other two did. It's a bit like the weather. The weather is always the same for every player. So that is why I sort of mentioned about we don't really want to change the clocks on the weather, but if we get to a case where something is exclusive to one weather, we can, as a community, all put the same date into our Switch, and then we can accept it if we get it. Okay, you've only got 2. I'm not going to look. Did I unlock the fast travel? And Trojan with a 5 stream streak. No, it did not do the fast travel. Thank you, game. Right, I'm going to just check the applins as well. Because we know we need a lot of applins. I haven't touched the Diglett yet. So I was looking a bit more into the Regina stuff. So we can soft reset by the trading on Regina, which is basically the Alolan Marowak Zigzagoons. And I think there was one other of the 11 that she offers that we can do at this stage of the game. Well, I've forgotten what it is. There is an Octillery in the chat, if you would like an Octillery. I'm going to try and catch stuff today. That is the plan. But I don't know when the official clock changes, if you get what I mean, on those. But in the guides I did put through all the false swipers, or a lot of false swipers we can get early. All the abilities we can get, the moves that to miss. I need to miss a few days. Oh yes. When you said that, I thought, what do you mean miss a few days? Like, where are you going? Because it's for a Bulbasaur, isn't it? Missing. So the other thing you can do, if you want to, is actually progress this Cupfu storyline. Because you will get a Porygon as a gift. So we will have to breed Porygon in the second part of the challenge. Has a thunderstorm by the main gates. Didn't I have a thunderstorm there? Define the main gates, RJ. Just out of interest. As in the meetup spot. Or Hammerlock Hills. Because I thought all the weather was locked to the same weather for everybody. If you haven't changed the dates on your switches. Oh, and Huxley has a resubbed for the 4 months now. Thank you, Mr. Huxley. That does mean you can add a shiny to the Scroll of Destiny if you would like to. Trojan has hit 4 badges. And now you've got the party cider come out. Yeah, I was playing with Camphor a bit more. And then I realised I didn't have any slots left that I wanted to get rid of stuff. So I didn't make any more. Let's see whether anyone will notice the Buizel one. Right? I do hope you like the new raid emote. I did replace the Ponyta. Right. We'll put a tree. Tree. All of the Psyducks. Everyone's got a Psyduck. We'll get them all. We'll get them all. I would like to try and get another 1,000-ish encounters done today. And I have put together a timed challenge for the break today. Just to be even more annoying. There is a Mr. Astro. How are we today, Mr. Astro? We are just doing the checks for the Applins and the Cherubies, pretty much. Because we've got to do them on... You'll pick Rolts, please. We can add another Rolts. That means I can spell it correctly. Shh. For some reason, my head thinks Rolts ends in a Z. I don't know why. A bit tired, baby. Astro has been up the early hours. Ended up watching a bit of Raw when we were up. Uh-oh. Did anything interesting happen? I didn't really see anything that stood out this week. But again, it is the slow spell. There was a story going round that a quote-unquote major talent was asked to take a 50% pay cut and agreed to it. But I have my Masuda on Y ongoing, a bit of a card under the pad. Luminous, okay, nice, nice. But won't that not count? No, that won't count if you hatch those shiny. Did you look to sign up to Madar as well, Mr. Astro? Huxley is collecting his Mew stamps. I wonder how much more has been built on the promenade and the greenhouse area. That is the question. I didn't know our sign up. Didn't know if our sign. You don't know. Okay. I might just watch. That's fine. That's fine. Have been watching live, but started to like Danhausen's. Cause yes, Danhausen is going to be funny for a while. I don't know how long they can pull that one off before it gets a little bit stale, but it works pretty well. Because you need that lightheartedness at times. We can't always have the super angry mode. Let's be honest. You can't have blood feuds forever. You need something a bit comedic, and that's why the Miz is there. Yep, that happened again. Apparently Joe sang a song or something, but I couldn't find a clip on YouTube. So I'm guessing he didn't sing too long a song. But we'll see. We'll see. Like, and the El Grande Americano and his buddies are now El Grande Americano bodyguards. But yeah, I mean, I think most people were interested in seeing who took the pay cuts and stuff because, well, let's say it hasn't been going down well with certain things that have been happening. It kind of sounds like what the New Day were offered and they rejected it. But the thing is, you've got to look at it as even like 50% is a lot of money. If you are a family person, you need to look after your family. Like, if all you know, it could be somebody like Kevin Owens who's taken a big pay cut because he's been out for a year. Like, it's one of those, you just don't know. Like, people might have taken a smaller role, like, there's all sorts, but speculation is speculation, right? So the worst thing is just having to run around. I should take... I got the Alpha 3 Dragon. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. The Cramorant. You better not be high level. We can't get that. Oh, we'll get this tree. I should probably try and unlock Road 3. And there is a Milky with the second gym badge. Welcome in. Oh, a Mulga in that one. Once you've put that one in, Huxley, feel free to delete that message so nobody else tries to take it or go. As well. Just so we don't end up sending lots of people there. they can go, okay then, you can leave it then, you can leave it. I just wanted to make sure you didn't want lots of people going there. But how are you doing, Milky? I know that we have like the mutual friend that collects birds, so maybe we can get a shiny Emolga out of this, right? Usually go for 3 sparkling power, but 2, yeah, yeah. I haven't done the hyperspace in so long, it scares me too much. um, See, the thing I found most funny about a lot of ZA is I find a lot of people are spending more time making the donuts than just getting on with it. Shall we check a cider? Then we can say we got the gold duck. Will you perhaps? I will try to do some of it. I don't know how much of it I can do. Because I think I've been asked to do something in the morning. Went for the last Mew stamp, so yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I guess it's more you want to keep it for the people you are helping or help you at the beginning of it. Um, just I just got done playing Final Fantasy 14. Now having some granola bars. Very nice. Very nice. The reason why I have to do this sort of long-winded stuff at the beginning is you can do each of these only like once a day, I think. So that is why we're doing them. Just to say that we've done all the trees. And because you don't get the bike until we've got the first badge, we're sort of stuck. So this is the person I mentioned. This is someone you can do soft resets with. So if you get the Zigzagoon, you can do the trade and it can be shiny. But if you do the trade, you have to save beforehand. As far as I'm aware, my plans for that Saturday are starting lunchtime, and I imagine they would be done by 5 or 6 o'clock, which is about the time I think you're planning on starting. And I won't be doing the Maida on that day, even though it is still Maida of... Actually, I don't know. I do need to check the time it finishes. I won't be streaming that day if I'm doing the other thing anyway, but I need to check what time it finishes, whether it's like 5 o'clock in the morning on the 31st. I know it sometimes is, so it's like midnight. But yeah, that's me. And I haven't read into it enough. One day I will. I don't. So far, only one team. It is always going to be difficult though with events. Like, I know I spoke to someone else about it, and it's like they don't know what their schedule is then. Like, I've seen people with big followings struggle to get numbers for events. So don't worry. Like, just focus on enjoying what you want to do on it. It is very difficult to get teams to join events. Like in the past, I've joined events and there were at best, I think, 7 teams. And yes, it was fun, but you have to understand that it's for the European side of things. There's a lot of people going to TwitchCon, so you really need to hope or get the North American side to really jump in. That's going to be your most important target audience. There's so many people going to TwitchCon from the UK. I know we're not, but or Europe. So that could be a reason why you don't get the numbers. I don't know if TwitchCon is always the same week, but it's unfortunate that it is your birthday weekend. But maybe it could be some people might, or maybe people are from the UK or Australia. The thing is, if you promote on your stream, like get one of the timer bots to promote the event like every hour. I don't know if you use Mix It Up, Nightbot. Get one of them stream elements. Just get it to put the event out every hour in the chat, and then it isn't necessarily a prompt for them to read it. It means you can just go over it quickly, mention it, get it like when you are live. Those sort of things. Even like, so for example, if you made it a command like this, you could put the event information and just pin it like I am right now. So it'll always be there, and somebody goes in and go, what's that all about? And then suddenly you can then explain it, and you might bring someone else in. But thank you for the shiny luck. This challenge has a shiny Torkoal and a shiny Electrike so far. So that is two. Was it there is a win pod in the chat? I think there's also this element that people, you're also really unlucky again that now Madar is going to be on that day. It's the last day of Madar. If the scores are close, people may want to put a bit of focus into that, which again is not your fault. That's like, I had the same thing for my birthday. There was an event thrown out on my birthday when I wanted to do a little series of events for a couple of days. It happens. There's not much we can do about it at times, sadly. When it comes to the Pokopia side of things, like there are sadly a lot less people playing it anymore. But I think the people that are playing it are loving what they're doing and would probably jump at the opportunity to do some building thing. We got a stone. But what you should look to focus to do, Pixel, is do a little video to fully describe what the event is, if that makes sense. So break it into your two parts, put it into what the Pokopia stuff is, describe what the idea is, and then do the shiny hunting bit. Then explain like all of the rules, and how you would like teams to do it, etc. Like, for example, could it be just two people? So, like, for example, could me and Huxley be a team and do just me and Huxley? It was too consuming. I'm sort of the same. I got frustrated with the map. No mistake video, that is stressful. Then just break it down, Pixel. Do the Pokopia first. Talk the Pokopia. Write a very small script. Explain what it is. Even if it just means reading your rules out. And you don't need to be on camera. You just do some Pokopia in the background. Don't put yourself on camera if that stresses you out. Just do the commentary. Be the goal. Because from what I understand, the goal is to make things spawn on an island, right? On the Pokopia side, the idea. So what you'll be doing is, for the birthday challenge, the plan is you are joining your Cloud Island or a new Cloud Island. This is the bits where I get a bit confused, because even myself, that's like one of the things. But if it's like join this, so, but only 3 people can join your Cloud Island, right? So only 3 people can play for X amount of time. So those 3 people, is that one member of each team or one team doing this? Is it? It's meant to be one member of each team. So at the end of the day, it's kind of already locking it to only 3 teams playing, right? From what that sounds like. So say me and Huxley are a team. I send Huxley there to spawn stuff. and he works on that and I work on the shiny hunting. So the idea is a member of each team goes to your island to build the spawns for things to appear in, or make them spawn. Because like one side of this is people were going to be at differences. I was not hoping for too many people. That's why. Okay, so let's just say you did get 3 teams to play. The goal is going to be each team sends 1 member to your cloud island to make as much spawn. But again, is it like the big thing is it building the habitat or getting the thing out of the grass or out of the place, recruiting them? So if you talk to them, it says, I am Huxley's friend. Before you can do anything with it. The builders need to make perfect house. You get as many Pokemon. Get as many Pokemon in it. So you've already spawned everything. What is confusion for your Trojan? Just out of interest. They need to spawn. Okay. So what have you done on there? Oh, this is about Pokopia. This is Pokopia. I think we can get 1 more before the ad lands. I only have 49 Pokemon ready. So this is where it's sort of like, so, no, 40. Okay. So there's 2 things that could be, so your goal with your video is, for your birthday project, it is, come to my island, spawn the Pokemon, put them in a house. The most in a house wins. The most spawns wins. And that's like the kind of snappiness of what the video is going to be. You don't have to go into too much detail. You're just like, a member of the team builds a massive house. You build the habitat. You bring the Pokemon in. Whoever has the most in this one building by the end of 3 hours is the winner, or gets the most points for this team. That's Pokopia covered. Then on the shiny hunting side of it, is it what spawns the other person as the shiny hunt? It's in ZA, and they get unlocked the Pokemon for their house. Are you going to allow other games, or is it going to be exclusively ZA as well? So let's keep this simple. Say I get Bulbasaur, right? I get a shiny Bulbasaur, then Huxley can put the Bulbasaur in the house. Or is it Huxley can put Bulbasaur in the house and then I have to catch a shiny? For easier spawn. Well, some Pokemon might not be in ZA, that was all. That was the thinking. Like, even if you did include Scarlet and Violet, it's still pretty quick. It's already spawned in the Cloud Island though. Yeah, that's the bit that's slightly confusing to me as well. But I think, from what I understand, you can then put it into your house if we get it shiny. It's that hunt the Bulbasaur, then give the Pokemon to Husky. So, okay. So I need to shiny hunt first, and then the person in Pokopia can A, build the habitat, or B, move the Pokemon in to their house that they've built. So say the apartment complex that I built, as an example, could that be considered a house, or does it have to be a pretty house? Does it have to be a small house with the most in? There's quite a lot to it. And I do think if you are saying ZA is the only thing you can shiny hunt in, you may lock some people out that may not have got ZA. If people are comfortable to shiny hunt in any game, I think you should let them shiny hunt in any game. I'm saying, like, don't expect them to go shiny hunting fire, red leaf green, but if Scarlet and Violet is also an option, it would be nice for some of the things. So like the Dreepy line is in there, but not in CA. If you don't have the DLC or are not using the DLC, you've locked out anything in the DLC. But that's what I'm slightly confused at the fact that how you technically win. So just to be clear, if Huxley cannot build a habitat until I've caught the shiny, right? We're just using it as an example that we're the team. Or not. They build as many habitats as they want and get the spawn. Okay, but then the Pokemon only counts if I get the shiny. I believe. Separately, you need more Pokemon by Shiny Hunt, then one that you have already spawned, the 40. So I'm guessing you're going to provide the list of the 40 that you've already got, or put on the map. All count for the Pokopia Builder. Okay. Just on this side, do we reckon we'll get a shiny today? Will this finally happen? It's the shiny hunter that has specific targets. Okay. So say Huxley got Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur to spawn, and I only caught a shiny Bulbasaur. We would only get the point for the Bulbasaur. Or only Bulbasaur could move into the house. But the shiny Professor Voices. No, Huxley will get all the points. So what does the shiny hunter do? How does the shiny hunter get points? But you won't have phone hunt? Not needed. I'm not sure what that word was meant to be. What is the phone word meant to say? I hope we don't get a score of it. I really do. I don't want a score of it. I thought somebody got the Wooloo this morning because somebody... you won't have done a hunt not needed. Okay, so the shiny hunter for the Pokemon that has already spawned. Give more points to the team. Okay. Okay, it was done. It was done. So... I think what the problem... I could see like one element of it being a problem is Huxley could build the habitat and then the other team could come over and make the Pokemon spawn. If that makes sense. Like when he's busy doing something else. Or is that going to be prevented? Because we know what Huxley's going to do first. He's going to go straight to the hot springs and get the Psyduck. Okay, so I can shiny hunt anything that's in Pokopia. I allow stealing. If it's done, don't see it. It's in the rules. Okay, you can't hunt in ZA though, so maybe not worth it for the points. You want fun? Okay. I think I sort of get it. But yeah, no, I think I get it. Somebody. And how long do you reckon your event will go on? Oh dear. There's an Arctivish in the chat, if you need it still. Did you miss the tap bulb as well? Or just the tarantula? I'm currently looking for all of the bugs that are grass, fire, and water type to do my starter eggs. Okay, you haven't missed that one. So since 40 Pokemon have spawned, they are shiny hunt targets. All the others spawned by teams. Okay. So everything that is up is a shiny hunt point. But if I was to get, I don't know, let's just think of something. Let's just say I got a Kakuna in ZA. Do I get a point? Because it's not in Pokopia. No point. Okay. I would say that I think you should open it up to Scarlet and Violet as well for shiny hunting. Because there are quite a lot that in Pokopia that are not in ZA. At least. Like, you look at all of the starters that are in there. Like, a lot of them are not in ZA. So things like the Sprigatito line, I know it's going to be breeding, so maybe not. But things like, well, I know there are some that don't cross over. Like Tangler is not in either game. I control the target's yes, good idea. It's just like if, again, because you don't know the list you've got. Well, we don't know the list you've got. It's just some of them are not in there. So it can open up more of a chance for people to get, like, Psyduck's a perfect example. If Huxley wants to get a Psyduck, it's pointless because I can't get it shiny unless I do another game. So I do need to try and figure out the translation to what time it is in the UK though. So I think it's either 5 or 6 o'clock. From what I'm trying to work out. I get confused with time zones. We'll have to teach you how to use hammer time, Pixel. The best addition to Discord that I've ever seen. The only thing I know. It is 4, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's 5-hour difference. So it'll be about 6 o'clock start for us. Hammer time. It's basically a website you can put in a time and a date, and it will translate it into like a code, and you put it in your Discord, and it'll read in as if whatever time zone somebody is in. If that makes sense. So if it is, for me, it's 9:30. I put that in hammer time, put it in Discord. It will read 4:30 for Pixel. Or 4:30 AM. For Europe, it'll say 10:30. It's actually a wonderful, wonderful app. or website to use. It's just, it saves having to understand time zones. No, no, not the song, not the song. It's just, it's so much helpful when you are, especially on Discord, and you're trying to. It's not something you have to add. You pretty much have to go onto a website to do it. You just type it in once, and you can just put it up there. And you won't even realize the code. It will read right for you. It's just, so Firefrost is probably your best example. You make it yourself on Hammer Time. You put in a time and a date, do it as a trial, and send it to Firefrost and see what the time reads for them when you're having a conversation, and you'll see what I mean. It's so much easier than just writing EST, PST, CET, whatever the time zones are called. I don't understand them. I don't know how they work. I personally have not got a shiny Arsena. Mrs. Astro got an Electrike yesterday. So, but how are you doing? But it's something that makes it a lot smoother. Like, it's a bit like when you do a Twitch schedule. If I looked at Pixel's Twitch schedule, it would tell me the times for me, not what you've picked the times as. So it's nice to have it in your Discord. Maybe not necessarily. I understand time zones. I just don't know which one's which. I got into a big argument with somebody on Pokemon Showdown because I was trying to arrange a battle. I entered a tournament and we had to arrange the times to a battle, and it was when the clocks changed. And for me, I just assumed we were GMT because we are Greenwich Mean Time. I thought meant London. And I gave them all day to do it. So I said I'm free from 9 o'clock till 12 o'clock, then 3 o'clock till 9 o'clock. And they said they could do it at 9 o'clock. So I was there at 9 o'clock wondering where they were. And they were like, "You're early." And it was just like, I can't be bothered to deal with this. Yeah, but hello, Kitty. How are we doing? Cheerio is dancing away. Dance, dance. EP? Uh-oh. Did you finally get your briefcase problem solved? But hopefully everything is going smoothly. I no longer have the emotes for that one, Huxley. We have run out of emotes. That's why we made some new ones. I was looking at getting some for the acid event for a month or so as well. Still no briefcase. No, it does seem like pain. Maybe if you get Ape to do it, you might beat Ape getting it, and then you can leave. This feels like a briefcase, to be honest. But we've only got 2,600 encounters done so far. We are well behind. Right, let's go. You can follow Huxy Rocks, who has been doing some BDSP, preparing for the Radar month. Also, some questionable video sales, a little bit of Pokopia building, some shiny hunting for Psyducks wherever he can, collecting every Psyduck merch that's known to persons, and some 2000 rock with your gig tickets. Hey, I know you just called Arceus, but let's reset the entire game and hunt the star. Well, he only needs to make... I don't get why more people don't understand how you can just make fake profiles on your Switch to do offline stuff. Like, that's all he really needs to do. He probably would cosplay as a Psyduck. I think he's got a onesie. Welcome in. Trev, how are we doing today? Number 11 on the badges. Very nice. Still no shinies here, so that's a thing. Game still hates me. Fine. You find something. I personally didn't. No. So Mrs. Astro did. You can if you want. I'm saving up for the ones. Uh-oh. The Huxley one. You should make him a swimsuit picture. Okay. There we go, Huxley. You get a Psyduck swimsuit. There we go. Perfect. When is the what's it called? Affiliate bursary? Maybe that's what we could save up for. Dex2026. Ooh. Okay. I'm not sure what that was meant to say, but I'm not in the right window for that. No Psyduck. Yeah, the Dex2026 is going pretty well. We had another 8 or so put in this morning, or overnight. And Kitty has hit the 5 stream streak. Thank you, Kitty. We'll see, we'll see. Are you going to take part in a bit of Madar, Kitty, or not? I know Dorcas was sharing it everywhere, so I'm hoping everybody saw it. The beautiful Dex, yes. It is going very well. There's not too many legends left, which is the big thing. So that is nice to know. Right. Oh, we have. You can follow Arsena, who does also do a lot of Pokopia, still after that small rug recipe, I believe, to complete every recipe in the game. They also do champions, Master Ball ranked across the field, and also there is some shiny hunting. So if you want to get involved, check out and see what is happening, and see whether he completes all of the dexes. And Arsena, are you going to take part in Madar? You're travelling that week. I think it's so dumb to put it. I did think it would be finishing a couple of days after it was starting, if that makes sense. If I would have moved the event dates, what would work better? I'm not completely sure how long everything in June is going on, so June might not even be an option for me. That's the problem. Whatever your event would be, I would be doing it offline. I wouldn't be streaming it. Because I don't like streaming in the evenings because I just get very sleepy. I can play the games, but I can't play and stream. I was surprised that it finishes on TwitchCon, but I forgot what day is the 22nd. Does anyone know what day of the week it is? June is not an option. Too much going on. Friday. Thank you. So it starts on a Friday and finishes on the 31st, which is actually, does it finish? I should have checked. Does it finish at 5 AM on the 31st? Or 5 AM on the 1st? I should have checked that. Because most of the events finish at 5 AM for the UK. So I'm not sure if it finishes that, like, America midnight, or... So, moving word fix, it's... No, like, the thing with June is, I know that there is, like, this charity thing. I don't know how long it is completely. I need to double check how long it runs for. I don't know if it's the whole month or just a week, a weekend. I should really know this information. But yeah, I think it might be. Do you know, Kitty, if it's the whole month? Because if it is, well, the thing is, I won't be streaming your event anyway, so I can play. The thing with it, if you are looking, and anybody is a football fan, you don't really want to touch June through July. And it is the whole month. Okay, I know that. I remember Solar doing it last year, didn't he? Well, he did the Trevor project. I don't know if it was the acid side of it. Um, okay, well, the other side of it is not too bad for me. I have more availability in evenings. No times. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem, Huxley. If it is the 31st, it probably means it's midnight in North American time. So it means I can still stream it on the Sunday. So my point was more, I thought it may have finished on the Friday that week and started a bit earlier in the week. Like, pretty much when the Shiny League finished. If that makes sense. Because the Shiny League finishes on a Sunday, so I thought maybe it might have started earlier, but they may have wanted the gap. It's like my head trying to translate how the Shiny League points was like just blowing up today. I had no idea what was going on. It just gave me a headache. You can also follow along with Chosen, who has been doing some shiny hunting, trying to get an alpha shiny Dex in ZA, but also does do some of the gacha games. So feel free to follow along and see what happens and what they get. Not a shiny Dex page, no. My head reads it's probably going to be when they use like that hammer time translator for Huxley and myself, it'll say 5 a.m. June the 1st is when it ends. That's how I'm reading it. But I need to make sure I do read into the setup for that stuff in June. As well. Because you're in that Discord, aren't you? Yeah, you must be, because you signed up. Out of interest, could you see the channels called Extreme Bounty Board? Because I think they might be Shiny League only, but... Oh, we're getting up to another ad break already, and amazingly, we've got the grand total of 0 shinies still. I can see... okay, because I know there was a lot of uproar about certain things not being visible for everybody. So I wanted to make sure somebody who's not in the Shiny League. Are you asking to look? Mr. Confused. I was asking Huxley to have a quick look. That was for this Madar event. No. Go to bread. As the term is. Go to bread. You can also follow along with the Pixel Princess, who you've just heard has got an event coming up on the 30th of this month with a bit of Pokopia and some shiny hunting. So if you want to get involved, make sure you follow her and she will explain more of it. But otherwise you will see her building in Pokopia, building in Koppelmon, also shiny hunting in a lab, in ZA, some artwork and some doggo cameos. as well. You want to go to bed. Bed. Uh-oh. No, we're not saying that one. We're not saying that one. We don't know who is clip farming in the background. For sure. We've seen the clips. Not Breadwing. Breadwing is fine. Yes, we know how the awkward clippy cat works at times. I kind of think that could be what your bot should be called, the awkward clippy cat. I wonder which starter Kitty is picking for Winds and Waves. I wonder. What could it be? Who? I will let chat. I will put a poll in Discord. I have sound clips of Solar saying some funny things. I know. I've seen so many. She takes Sobble 2. I don't think it will be Sobble. Unless, are you... I guess this is a question for everyone. Are you going to avoid what the starters evolve into as much as you can? Or are you going to look into it before the game comes out? I don't know whether they will show us. I'm sure some sneaky little thief will want to show it and get some clickbait on the internet. But like, if you're going in blind, what starter are you taking? Where you don't know what it turns into. We have hit the ad lads, so we will pause for a moment. I don't want to lose the squivets. I take Pokemon Love Pom Pom. Okay. I don't think I can personally avoid them. Only official sources know for me. But I feel like I need to. Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with whichever way it is, because the reality is they're going to give certain people, we know like who they'll be, your Cerebees, your Austin Johns, and many, many others, the early peak, and they'll probably evolve a starter and it'll be put out there. It'll probably get revealed through card sets and other things. I know what your plan is if you don't see them. You will look into it, yes, depends on the Evos. If there were to go in blind, it would be Pom Pom. Fair enough. I will get Discord to pick my starter, because I'll get Discord to pick the starter, and the top 2 will be both saves. So we'll do a Winds and a Wave save on stream with 2 different starters, because we will need to include them in the Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex challenge. And whichever comes last, I'll do my offline saves on. Lexi is upset with you. You're not ignoring her again, are you? Uh-oh. Interesting design for the dog to wear. But is it by choice? Okay, fair enough. If you do the event, for May, give you hot springs. I will point out most of me sort of using Huxley as an example doesn't necessarily mean Huxley is going to be doing it. I'm just using it as an example so that we know, as a 2-team person. You never know. Huxley might accidentally get on a train and end up in the Netherlands that weekend. You never know. As the hugging example, I believe it's on the 30th. It's the Saturday. And that's the thing. Sometimes the weekends are family time as well. So it's... But I think you should just make sure you really push it on when you're live. Push it, push it, push it. And then you will get a few more people saying, I want to get involved. Like, almost do a bit of the Cloud Island building, even maybe on stream. But you can also follow the Awkward Kitty Cat, who has been trying to unpack her briefcase to get the grief of the shiny Chimchar out free so it can be shiny. Also done a lot of Pokopia building, might have a mild addiction to it. And do some other shiny hunting across the way. There will be some sus, doggo cameos, and lots of Biscoff discussion as well. I did, but for me. See, part of it could be like what you... But then I guess people could see where spawns are, but I don't know. I don't know. It is always difficult to promote your own events without it being too much. Like, how are you tracking the shinies as well? Are you going to do a shiny Dex event, or are you going to do just in the Discord? Maybe if you did set up a shiny Dex event, that you might gain some interest from there as well. I don't know. Only in Discord. Okay. So yeah, there's a few things, but as we say, like when you do events, if it's locked to, well, not so much locked, because you are trying to make it just that special time, it's 4 hours that, yes, you've given people plenty of time's notice, but it's just a bit frustrating for you that it's fallen on TwitchCon and made our event. Saturdays are not always going to be everybody's best day to do stuff as well. Like, a lot of people, that is their day off and about. But as I say, I've seen other people struggle to get events filled. Good morning, Huntress. How are we doing? I would like to get myself a shiny in this challenge. I really would. But I guess we're going to have to wait. It doesn't like us. Or we're going to get like the most lackluster one. I hope I don't steal everyone else's. I think I might have to put a little bit of a rule in the Discord is if you get a Route 1 shiny, you kind of have to move. Just so everybody has a chance to get at least one. So we'll see. Did you happen to, Huxley, did you happen to see the other Taylor emote? I know you saw the please one, but did you see the other one? I have also put them in the Discord now. So I'm actually at my emote limit for Discord. I was trying to find a good Lotad picture. That was one of my goals. Pixel doesn't sleep. It's proof Pixel doesn't sleep. The rage one is there. There should be one more, I think. Or did I not put it on there? I thought I did. There should be 3 Taylor emotes. Maybe I didn't put it in. Did I miss one? Maybe I didn't put it on Twitch. Pretty sure it's in the Discord. I only see him still waking up. But let's have a look. Is there one more there? Where did we put it? Maybe I only put it in a Discord. Maybe I made it and then didn't put it in. Because I got the ample one. You'll probably have to check the Discord then. Where did I thought for sure I had made the other one in there? Oh well. Never mind. Never mind. Fake news. Fake news. In fairness, I think I woke up at 4, 5 and 6 o'clock today. There is a seeking in the chat. It is a monotype. Maybe I didn't like it as much. That might have been what it was. Rock. Exactly. Rock. The emote's not the seeking. I've already done the monotype one. I swear I was barely throwing Pokeballs yesterday and I've managed to finish it. I did get one more egg hatched, which was nice. So that was something. We're getting there, slowly but surely. But where will the shiny appear from? You can also follow along with Mr. Astro, who does the GBA Diaries, which includes a very fun Nuzlocke and Nuzlocke recap videos in Fire Red Leaf Green. There is some shiny Mudkip hunting, Reggie's Professor Oak's challenge, a little bit of Champions, and some BDSP as well. So check out on a Friday night what he gets up to. But no worries. 2 in the challenge. Yes, Mrs. Astro got an Electrike yesterday. I think it was pretty much one that both the 2 we've got, I don't think anybody was actually hunting them. They've been truly random encounters. Which is very funny. Are you considering taking part in Madar at all, Huntress? Is it something that you might look into? I also did make this. This was actually for my own little challenge. If you are playing BDSP, this should be everything in a BDSP radar that you can get. So if anyone does want to have a little quick look guide, it doesn't tell you where to get them. You'll have to do that work yourself. Because I was going to try and get everything that is huntable in radar myself at some point anyway. And sort of do like a little dex that way. But if people are using the older games, looking into it yourselves, they have not been part of majority of the events. They are fun. Like, I think a lot of people feel like they put themselves under pressure that they've got to do the event and push the event. The reality is, every one I've done, I've just done my own thing anyway. And if I get the shiny, I enter it in. And that's not meant to sound selfish. I want to do the shiny hunting, but at the end of the day, it's not like you've got to do everything exactly by the book. You just focus on what you want to do. But yeah, I know that the hardest thing with radar on a streaming point of view is when you break a chain. So just if you were to do one of your more normal hour streams, if you were doing 4 hours, for example, and you broke the chain at 3 hours, it's a bit of a waste to set up another one. If that makes sense, in that last hour, because you're not going to reach a high enough chain quickly. You're going to be rushing, then you break it, and then you get a bit annoyed. So for me, radar is a bit more stressful than it needs to be. But if you don't switch your switch off in the middle of it, you should be good. If that makes sense. So if you just put it on like the save menu, and I think you can switch it off but not close the game, it should be fine to keep the chain going. But you can't swap games and all of that if you want to do some other games in your downtime. But radar is very relaxing, I will say. So a lot of those ones on that list include the Trophy Garden, which is a rotation of about 19 Pokemon that changes, I think, every day you interact with someone. There are also the Horde Hunts, which also rotate daily. So it isn't as simple as it seems. So, like, for example, we had Cubone appear. Cubone is a Horde. So I've seen it once. It's going to be ages before I see Cubone again. So there is like a preset one done, because when you played it on Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you could actually attach Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald to the game somehow, I don't know how, and get more potential radar hunts. So there is that. So if you are researching, do be careful that you read BDSP if you're using BDSP. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do radar tomorrow or just continue this, because usually I like to do radar on a Wednesday. So, but because do you know what would be quite helpful for anybody who wants to learn radar is have a practice offline and enter it into Solar's Booster Thursday. Just practice a little bit, because Solar's doing radar for Booster Thursday in May. From what it sounds like, it's going to be all week you can do it. If you want to set aside a couple of hours to do it offline, do it at your pace, and you get a shiny, it doesn't matter. It's not about winning, it's about having fun and shiny hunting with his events. But if you want to get used to how you do it, that is kind of an easy way to get your foot in the door, to understand how it is. I think trying it first time on stream could be over stressful, because I think there'll be some people that tell you to do things differently to what you feel comfortable doing. But if you just do a bit offline, you should be okay. Offline. So like I know, like, I've had people come in and say you should go to 41. I've had some people say stick to 17. I stick to 17. It works for me. But you can push it and push it. It's your choice. But I would suggest doing BDSP if you've never done radar. Don't try and do Diamond Pearl, because you don't see it. You don't see the grass permanently. And until you're comfortable, then do that one. But the thing, you just got to make sure chat understands that you're doing it your way. You're going to get used to it and let you do it your way. I know that, like, everybody has different opinions on how people can shiny hunt, so I'm sure there'll be someone that wants to change how you want to do it. And I wouldn't even attempt trying to do it dual systems, just focus on one until you're happy with it. A lot of it is watching what you're doing, checking that 4 bits of grass. And a lot is prep beforehand. Get all of the stuff set up. Get 999 repels. If you get that, you'll be fine. Also learn about switching autosave off, but remembering you switched it off. Fly it over the house. Ooh, all of the goose. But we could do radar tomorrow, I don't know. It might be a case I do radar if we get a shiny. I don't know what to go for. There's so many things we can go for. I might have to go for a bug type. So you can also follow along with the Shiny Huntress, who is on a partner push, but is working on a Fire Red, Leaf Green Dream Team. Has got 1.5 members of the team at the moment. May do some gardening for the next one today. But usually you can chat about some horror, some wrestling. Collect your gachas. We're 5 for 5 in this 2-month run. So I look forward to getting to 10 to 10 today. But knowing me, I'll get to 14 out of 15 for the last month again. And see what happens. But you can go and support We Can. It is always appreciated. Do we do another radar tutorial day tomorrow? That's the question. Do we do another radar tutorial? We are tied with the Pixel. I know there is another thing that I 100% won't use, but it is something you can get, and I'm pretty sure if you ask in the Shiny Dex Discord, they will let you get like this template that you can basically put on your screen. That shows you how far away things are. That's one of the big things, and I will say my biggest bit of advice is get used to using the D-pad. Don't use the joystick unless you're 100% confident in how your movement is. But when is the Bruxy practice session? Because as well, actually, you could use you could use it to enter into Booster Thursday as well. Like, I know you do take part in it. Like, if you get something. But some of the stuff that looks easy is in a really hard location. I wouldn't advise doing the ice types early, because the ice is a bit uncomfortable. Do you want to be called Brixie? Is that better? Brixie or Bruxy? I just would like to get something shiny so I can move on. I still don't know what I did wrong on the auto counter on this one, because I set Route 2 up with Encounter as the trigger, and I couldn't set this one up with Encounter. We are now both prepared, hopefully very soon, something easier, stress-free. Say that. Well, the thing is, I think Weasel will be easy. I don't know if Psyduck is that easy to sound, be honest. I need to check where the bit of grass is for Psyduck. But I'm pretty sure Weasel is relatively easy. See, what you could do is actually save Psyduck and Maril for Safari Week, because I'm pretty sure the Marshlands is Safari Week as well. It's considered Safari because you don't do anything for that event and just do random patches of grass. Okay, well, you could say, yeah, it is down to how you feel confident. Like, Route 1 is not too bad because you can get the Nidorans as an example. Oh no, why have I got spawns again? Why did I break my spawns? But like, we did Togepi the other day, which was kind of nice. Oh, in the Marshlands counts. I don't think the Marshlands... I think it counts for Safari, but I don't say 100% it does. I feel like it does because technically Safari Week is based on you not really being in control of the catches, if that makes sense. But I'm not sure. For me, it's just getting used to the mechanics. Yeah, and if do you reckon you'll do some of it offline for Maida? as well, or will you focus on doing it on your stream? Because I know, as I said, like that's why I have the Arceus set up as like the backup. If it goes a bit wrong, I can just go and do Arceus for a while. Like one of the fun ones to go for is something like a Nincada in the forest. But some of the levels are a bit high. My backup would be Professor Voices Hunts now. Okay. Maybe we'll get that Psyduck. Maybe it is we get one shiny for the event a day, and that's it. Okay, that's a squirrel that ran under my feet. Silly squirrel. What were you doing under there? 1161. Have you set up the auto counter as well, or not? You're still manually doing it? Out of interest. There is a Synesty in the chat. I know somebody that would like that. You don't have Pro. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, and that's the Rockety. Good. We didn't want that. Too many people want the Rockety. I don't mind manual, to be honest. I like split second takes. Yeah, because you've got your Timu streamer stream deck, as you're calling it. I was actually looking at the CPU usage of the app, and the CPU usage is massive. On the Shiny Dex app compared to everything else the computer's running. It's like 20% of my CPU is Shiny Dex app. I do say I don't have the biggest CPU on there. Like nothing else is using over 10%, but that is flirting with 20%, and that was with, I think it was active but not fully active, if that makes sense. It's kind of scary. That's why I don't want it on the streaming one. But I guess it is still being built to be optimized. Are you using the order? Yes. I was using it yesterday as well. Is it stopped going up? No, it is working. It is working. That's why I think I hit like 1,000 yesterday. Like that small little bit of me not having to press the button. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it did seem to trigger a lot less. Needing to make sure everything was going through when I was using my phone, making sure the screensaver wasn't coming on, and little things like that. So, but hopefully. But it looks like we might do another Professor Voices radar hunt. What did you end up using for the count? In this one, I ended up using the bit that says go on Ivysaur, so the word Ivysaur. Like, the stupid thing about it was I set up a dummy one, which was just the default of everything. Set it all up in default mode, and then I set this one up, which I've had for ages, and they both had the same trigger word, Ivysaur. The default new one instantly worked. This one was being a pain, wouldn't register anything. And then suddenly it just did it. But good morning, Shells. 60 badges. How are we doing? But when I set up route 2, so basically I have set up the other routes. Well, I was going to set up the other routes. So I set up route 2 and instantly it worked with the word encounter. So I don't know what I did wrong. I had a theory that it could be something to do with it was already set as an output and it didn't like it, but I don't know. I am doing good, Chills. You do get to pick another shiny for the scroll if you want, for 60 badges as well. And Kitty is on 44, 6 away from picking a legendary. The gym badge collection is getting a bit crazy at the moment. I will say that. Right. You can also follow along with Shields, who does do shiny hunting across the Pokemon universe, whether it be starter resets, DAs, Arceus, ZA, Scarlet and Violet, or the very own Let's Go challenge. If you're interested in helping out, feel free to check it out there and see what is still needed. And Shirio has hit 182 badges. Congratulations, Shirio. Definitely winning the badges. I think you must be at least 30, maybe even 40 ahead of second place. I think Elite is second, if I'm not mistaken. In the program, keyword cannot be defined once, otherwise you get the recluse system. That's not good. Probably, I am not completely sure what that was meant to mean, but I got lost in translation. What? Yes, shows. Have you slept after an extremely long stream, I believe, last night? I think you shared the stats. It was like 8.5 hours, nearly 9 hours you were on. No? We are going to see a Mortal Kombat. You could only... Yeah, I had it set up with only one word. But each tracker is different. So it should be able to do a different word per tracker if they're not open. Or you can, I believe you can have like 4 trackers. There is all a different photo on each tracker. Like, as I mentioned, the dummy one and this one both have Ivysaur as the trigger word, and they both work together. So it's not too much of a problem. Unless Mortal Kombat is going to have some nice screenings next week, I may pivot and take Thursday to go and see the Hokum, or whatever it's called, the Irish witch movie. She's going in the bath fast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kitty is drowning the doggos. Or teaching them to swim. One of the two. Poor little doggos. What did they ever do? They only get thrown in the bath when they eat too much of the Biscoff. Right? That must be how it works. They have too much Biscoff. They can go in the bath. Oh, there is a Brie. Welcome in, Brie. How are we doing? I'm not quite sure what that emote was meant to be to start with. Also, uh-oh. Bring... Uh-oh. Also, long overdue. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's not showing, Brie. There we go. But how are you doing today? Good morning and all. Bring it on. So, Brie found the emote. toxic. And JD is up to 15 badges. Very nice. Good morning. Are we there? It is Kit. It is Kit. And all of the dance emotes, all of them for the Kit Wilsons of the world. We were going to try and make a Kit Wilson one. I know that. Obviously, you were making emotes, so I looked and saw. You did. You did. We made a couple of emotes. Some on here, some on other places. I danced on the chair. It doesn't really matter. What it's the tailor. It's just the anti-toxic masculinity song. 119 for Brie. Thank you for the lurk, Arsena. Good luck with everything today. Yeah, I have updated the raid command, so it should include the tailor one, not the ponyta as well. So that is something. Do we? Yeah, here, so we'll do this. That's not the right letter of the alphabet. You can also follow Brie Spills Tea, who does do a lot of shiny hunting in a lab, looking for the Bulbasaur of Destiny. Also does some ZA shiny hunting. May also tackle some racing in Mario Kart, some ghost hunting in Luigi's Mansion, or Phasmo, whichever chat is getting involved in. A little bit of Peak, and some Metroid Confusion. And there is the Party Duck, indeed. I think because I think Bree sub eggs ran out because they're sub emotes. Spike has hit 120. Very nice. You need to get the Bulba. Yes. Yes, we need to see how Bree handles the rest of the shiny Nuzlocke. It doesn't show it on this end, but as far as I can see, but I don't know. But Huxley has gifted Brie a sub. Uh-oh. There we go. Thank you for the gifted sub, Huxley, to Brie. Now the boys will work. It might have been that you were subbed when you started watching, and then when... I think that's how it works. It's something like that. If you are live and you don't refresh the channel, you still get everything, but everyone else won't see it. You will be the only one that will see it. But Spike has hit 120, so you can pick a new shiny for the Scroll of Destiny. No legendaries or mythicals on this one. But there we go. You get to bring it on. I guess Huxley gets to pick. Do you want to pick the shiny, or would you like Brie to pick the shiny? I want to rewatch the Luigi movie. The jingle, the brain activated. Fair enough. Fair enough. Because there is like a Yamper one as well. I got a Yamper one. And some other Talo. And the party duck. The party duck. Oh, I just got notified that the sub ran out moments before the gifted. It is awkward with them all. Break and pick. Okay. Break and pick. Cheerio is dancing away. Dance, dance. All of the DA. Oh, what is happening? What is happening? Good job that wasn't the shiny. I missed the clap and everything then. Canada. There is a Weedle in the chat, if you would like a Weedle. There is a spike catching away. Nice. I think Huxley's out here collecting, like, gifted subs all over the place at the moment. I swear you've got, like, the most random ones. I haven't been getting random ones for so long recently. All it is, it's like, you end up in one channel for, like, 1 second. Like, the amount that I've got from the display or whatever, the front page ones, I used to keep getting their emotes. Just checking the scroll. If you want, Spike, you can have a look at this collection on the shiny decks. That should have everything on the scroll if there was something in particular you were looking to add. I've made the collection so it's got everything on the scroll and about the last week's catches. So if that is a little bit more helpful. Oh yeah, I remember. I believe we've been given back the extra, not given back. You know how you get those gifted, not, you can put the gifted subs reduced for so long. I believe they have been refreshed. Because I think it was meant to be May. Let's see, who can figure out without looking what 464 is in the Pokedex? At least it's not Scatterbug again. They have been refreshed. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have guesses first. We're going to have a Giratina from Sean. Because I sort of got stuck because I used them all on the... I used 2 for the anniversary and then I used 1 on... one on the birthday and then I'd run out. I wanted to use more. I would have used more for everything, but I couldn't. So we've got Nose Pass, Murray. I think it's going to be late Sinnoh. So I'm pretty sure, like, Victini is like 500. No, Arceus is 400, isn't it? So it must be, you know. No, is Arceus 400? No, it can't be. No. Cherubi is 420. I thought Victini was near 500. Morpeko is the target for Spike. Okay, we will add the Morpeko. That is in this as well, but thank you. I always count back from the legendaries. It's one of the late gen evos in Sinnoh. Shall we go with Gibble for my guess? Let's have a look. Pokemon. Is it this? I forget. It is Rhyperior. Fun fact for Rhyperior is I actually got this in Shelfer form for this challenge. My Switch 2 challenge. I got that static Shelfer in Arceus. So that is a fun one. I feel like people managed to get a couple of answers into the board, so I have to reset them. Now I can get another one. Indeed, indeed. But Rhyhorn is in here. No, Professor Tangrove wrote. What's Merib's number? I want to say it's about 200 and... No, about 180, give or take. It's in Johto, so it's definitely below 250. I think it's later in the dex than we think, but... no, Professor Tangrove Rats. Nope. No, Tangrove. Not yet. Not yet. And that is the number 16 on the badges. Very nice. Welcome in. You did get me slightly panicked this morning. That you secretly claimed something, but it wasn't for this challenge. I got a bit confused. I'll be honest. I was looking at it and go, that's a Wooloo from Shield. And then I saw it was level 60. I was like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I thought, wait, you got the Wooloo and you didn't tell anyone? But it was level 60, so I knew it wasn't. I looked it up now, but Tangrowth is 465. Oof, so close. Yeah, Synodex is a bit chaotic because it's a lot of their early attempts at Mega Evos. That's what I think it is. When they just gave a lot of things extras. I think that was their attempt to tease Mega Evos. Tell me when I'm telling lies. I don't know of the people that do like the wrestling. Have any of you heard the so-called, well, it's not a fake tape, but the TMZ recording of a police report of somebody saying that CM Punk assaulted them at WrestleMania weekend? And the person that did it was not an English language speaker, so it got translated by somebody phoning up the 99911. But they said that they were waiting around outside his hotel past midnight, hoping to have a photo, and that he chopped him in the chest, but didn't need medical attention, and he looked like he was high on drugs or drunk. And it's like, of all the people to say that to, about... I'm gonna check if the order of those Kanto Evos match up in order of the Kantos. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but just saying that CM Punk is high and drunk, it's like, yeah, that's not really how it works when you're like straight edge. But lurking outside a celebrity's hotel room past midnight is very creepy, and you probably deserved a little bit of a chop. Let's be honest. I get tired of the celebrities owe us everything. I saw Ryan Gosling put out one of the best quotes recently. A lot of people say it's up to the audience to save cinemas. He turned around and said, no, it's my job to make something worth going to the cinema for. And I think that is the best way to look at it. Or our job to make people actually want to go to the cinema. That's what you want to see from your actors, directors, etc. So that is a thing. But a little birdie told me a little weasel signed up to Maida. The only difficult part is some of the Johto's in between, it seems. I think they sort of did a bit to do with how they evolve as well. That does make sense. What, they're mischievous, Weavile. I don't know the rest. Because Eevee has Johtomon's Porygon 2. There we go. We have... Oh no, did that count? I don't know if that went over the encounter. Oh well, it's only one if it missed it. Yes, Maida. We're going to see Bree catch all of the weasels and be champion. I know you said that it was a busy month for you. Off to make coffee for Pixel. They do Kanto and Johto with the exceptions of Weaver, who comes before the Kanto. The next question is, does Weavile need to be traded to evolve? Is that something to look at? Are you guys... I have signed up as a streamer, yes. So that month will be a bit of put on hold, this challenge for that week. And Michael is up to 10 gym badges. Good morning, Michael. Hopefully you will have... you get to pick a shiny for the Scroll of Destiny, if you would like to. It does fall within the 1 week that I mostly like to be swamped, but we'll still dedicate streams to it. Nice, nice. Well, the key thing is just to focus on getting one done, isn't it? And then if you enjoy it, then you know you can just do the other ones. What happens if I get to 20? When you hit 20, you'll get another one. And then after 20, it's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. I like to give the first 10 as a freebie one, but then it's every 20. But the Kanto evolves do match up with the Kanto numbers, because like Magneton, Lickitung, Rhydon, Tangela, Electabuzz, Magmar, Sinnoh, all the others too. Okay. And I guess Johto's a bit, as you said, Johto's a bit more difficult. Because like, where does Eevee sit? Straight after Magmar? Or is it sort of more randomised in there? Or Leafeon, Glaceon? Are they straight after Magmar? You can just have a random number if you would like, as well. 36 days to go. I almost feel like you're half counted down to when the World Cup starts as well, because that sounds about the time the World Cup starts. But it's nice that the Maydar is quite a long event. It's, what, at least nearly 10 days. So at least you all get a chance to get a day at least put in. A lot of it will be down to how I feel doing it, because I don't know if I want to do 10 days straight on radar. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Yeah, it's Weavile and all those Kantos. Then it goes to Johto. Check the following dex order. It starts with Togekiss, Yanmega. Feels like Togepi, Yanma, Espeon, Umbreon. And then I'm assuming Miss Magius should be in there nicely. And Mamoswine. But I have done my tree circuit today, and we shook all the trees and got nothing. We'll look at the bag in a minute. We'll do that during the Adlands. Why not? Why not? So we've already done a good 300 encounters today. Which I'm leaving the Cherubi checks in there. I know it's not on the scroll, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't match up. It goes Gliscor first. So one thing to maybe note is which ones need trade evos. Because that's where it gets a bit complicated, because right, Rhydon, Electabuzz, Magmar are trade evos, right? But Tangela, Lickitung, and Magneton are not. But then it probably transcends into where you get them in the game. Maybe a little bit more. Does Wonder Trade require NSO? For this game, yes. I believe you can do something called the GTS on home, and you get free for the free version of it. Yeah, any game it will require it because it's an online trade. You personally, I wouldn't suggest doing too many Wonder Trades because you quite often get the hacked Pokemon sent to you. You don't really want that. So just be cautious of that. And the triple Pikachu method in Let's Go. I imagine it's still considered a traditional trade. Everything will require the internet. You might, I'll say the keyword might, be able to get the mystery gifts, but I don't know if you need NSO for mystery gifts. But most are already expired, so I would get Let's Go if I find what's this traditional trades in Let's Go. Yeah. Thank you, Sean. I really should learn more of the other bits and pieces, right? There is a Kavana in the chat. If you would like an angry fish, feel free to try and catch. By the internet, not sure about NSO. Okay. His location bred in the forest spawn, low punny. Okay, Pokeball Plus rare nowadays. I don't know. I think there's still quite a few people that use it, but the problem is when Nintendo are very good at bringing out the active games, what means like not just sitting and staring at a controller, which is what PlayStation and Xbox do. They do try or offer the idea of being up and a movement. Oh, the Mew, yeah, you'll be very lucky to get a Mew one. That's sure. Very lucky. I wouldn't even try and get a second-hand one if that's what you want it for. It would probably turn into a bit of a waste of money. Because the chances of actually... Because there's only ever one Mew attached to it from what I understand. Also trying out the Megaforms in the Sinnoh Evos. That's an interesting thought. But I just think that because they are bigger, they just look like Megas, especially like Electivire. It just feels like they were trying like different types for a few things, like how Curlier got the Split Evo. You cannot wait for Mortal Kombat. Nope, I've already got my ticket. It may get bumped, but it kind of depends when the other movie is showing. That is the big thing. But I am gonna... It looks like we're gonna keep Radar on Wednesdays guaranteed each week. That's always a thing. Do you think Frostlass was meant to be a Gigantamax? I suppose I feel it could have been. There's quite a few that probably could have been. It's weird with some of the Gigantamaxes. I don't really know. Like, the only thing with Gigantamax is nothing really changes other than they're stronger. They don't get, like, abilities and all of that. That's the Street Fighter movie, not Mortal Kombat. Like the Meg one. Yeah, you could see that, but maybe it was Megas because the counterpart was Glay. Yeah, that one would be feel more Mega-ish. But I'm not quite sure why they decided to bring Megas back. It makes you think that maybe the next one might do more Z moves, just because it's on islands. And then I have to learn how Z moves work. But I still want to see the Irish Witch movie. They should make Tyranitar G-Max instead of a Mega. They could. I think they were trying not to give everything too much, but unless you're a Kanto starter, you get everything. You're always used. Fun thing is, one of my main targets for Radar tomorrow might... I don't know, should I go Psychic or Bug? Should I go... They should make their own mechanic, yes. But then I don't know... Because Champions is a bit of a hit or miss at the moment. Good luck if you're doing that solo. That's all I'm going to say. It's probably the hardest Dynamax to do. We could mix up options for the Z moves. That's Chimax Mega Evolved. That's what Champions was meant to be. They said that it was going to have all of them. The obstacle. Okay, that's not too difficult. You can get that on Route 2. So, or Route 3. I found the Stadium Shiny Tyrant. It's purple. There's a couple like that, isn't there? I like Gen 2 or Fire Red's Spinarak Shiny. That's one of my favourites. Yeah, Cyphers, it might be a good shiny in that gen. But yeah, some of them just don't really get the best. Yeah, there are too many meh shinies at the moment. I'm looking at you, Slowpoke. Especially when Slowbro is actually a really good shiny. The Pupitar did stick to the purple. Yeah, the Pupitar we caught in this challenge, funnily enough, was we named it Ribena. At least they did improve the Slowpoke quite a lot. I don't think it's actually truly a bad shiny. I just think the lighting kills it in Scarlet and Violet. It's just, it's so bad how the lighting works. Even on the Switch 2, you just cannot see it. More than anything else. I did have to get the Slowpoke for the birthday bingo. So that was fun. We did get it. So I was happy. Well, we were using easy games. When will they finally change Nidoqueen? At least Nidoqueen Shiny does sort of stand out. Okay, we are in the Outlands. Let's have a look at what we've been getting out of these trees. So we got quite a lot of berries, to be honest. It's quite good. And is it this one? We got lots of the apricots, I think. Apricorns. So I might. Can I make the fancy Pokeballs with these? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Back with coffee, hobbling downstairs. Well, hopefully it is getting a bit better for you, Huxley. Because Slowpoke is still the hardest shiny for me. Yep. I hate it so much. I never want to see it again. I never want to hunt it again, which is why I'm putting off the Scarlet and Violet shiny living decks so much. It's there, but not really going to be going for it. Is the way to put it. I don't know when we'll change our minds, but auto battle, all of the stuff. Yes, that is usually the plan. I can shuffle about today. Slightly better. That's good. That's good. I took 2 sandwiches battling every single one, but my game tends to have that really annoying glitch where the auto battler just stands still and then doesn't go back in the Pokeball unless you change the party order. I don't know what it is that I've done to do it, but it just won't go away, and it really annoys me. So that's the other reason why I don't really do the game. But we are back from the Outlands. Shall we go to 2-9? But it usually helps to reboot the game. Oh yeah, rebooting the game helps, but it's a frustrating one if you've made like a sparkling sandwich, because you lose the sandwich unless you didn't save before it. And I'm one of those people that likes having autosave on. I'm a bit of a weirdo like that. I think autosave is one of the most important things to have, but I also know it's a bit of a waste when you're using ingredients and stuff. So like the reality is I don't need to save this game every 5 minutes. I could switch autosave off and then the game time won't say a ridiculous number. BDSP I do switch autosave off because of radar, because I don't want to have to get and reset everything over and over again. But I guess the other question is, how is your SOS idea coming together? Have you got any more ideas for it? I know you said you were working on it a couple of weeks ago. Have you managed to move it forward a bit more? And don't worry, if I'm quite happy for you to chat about it. So, Shiny King Gambit on the team would be awesome. It would, but it's by the time you get King Gambit, you're going to be so late into the game. Like Flamingo, you can get early, so at least you can get it before the first area, or in the first area. So that's not too bad. But King Gambit almost... If you're doing it for a shiny only playthrough, King Gambit is one I wouldn't go out my way for shiny. Because you get it so late. It almost can feel like a bit of a waste. At times. It's a frustrating one. For the main run. Okay. Good morning, Varus. I am doing good. How are you doing? My plan is to get to 2,900 and we'll take the little break. I've got the difficult quiz today. So we'll see how well you do. It's going to be based on a time limit. So when I'm ready to come back, we will stop. So it's to see how well you do in an amount of time. Because I do not expect you to finish it. Let's put it that way. And I'm not going to leave it up for the whole stream either. So we'll see how well you all do on it. I know we've got some Pokemon experts here. How many you see are saying hello for the morning? It is morning still. No? Or is that people say morning as hello? That's just that's a very British thing to do. Most people don't say hello, they just say good morning. But it doesn't make too much difference. American scalpers have now bought the Target darts. I heard. There was a clip of somebody going to a GameStop in America and buying every single pack of cards and booster boxes, and them having to put them all through and go and get the spares from the back room for them, and then just laughing that they're going to make kids pay silly money for them. I mean, you are the Saturday? Yes. Yes. We are the morning coffee. Shiny hunting, apparently. I wonder what an eBay Pop-Tart tastes like. I don't even know what a Pop-Tart is. That's the thing. What exactly is a Pop-Tart? Other than sugar. You did manage to find the destined rivals. Nice. Like, it's difficult though if you're like just a random employee in a shop and somebody says, I want that, I want that. And then they start calling you names. It's like, fine, just take it. I don't get paid to deal with you being rude. Because people are entitled and they expect everything. And it's horrible. Like, 6-pack limits, bought 6, but explained I wouldn't be reselling it because I can't find any. And your daughter is actually able to open some packs. Don't eat Pop-Tarts. Not good for the heart. Well, I think that's most of the food I eat. But that's just called chocolate, isn't it? And that's the thing. When you're getting it for the younger audience to enjoy, like when we were younger, not we were still young now, they were like a treat for you. But now it's just adults who don't want to do too much, who just buy them and then force people to overpay for them. Hello, Tawny. How are you doing today? To be fair, the guy at the tools had the same convo. They never had a problem, and it was fun. Yeah, it never feels like fun anymore. That's the problem. Like, and the other side of it is there are two sides of people. Some people that want to actually do the battling stuff. So they want set cards that aren't the pretty cards. And then there are some people that want the pretty cards, and that's all they really care about. And that's where you've made that horrible divide. And then you've got like the dopey people like Logan Paul, paying like $1 million and then conning people into helping him buy a card that he then sold, and they don't get any money for it. And we also have seen quite a lot in the UK. A lot of the card shops are getting robbed. I even mentioned one that I hadn't seen get robbed, and they got broken into. Um, so there's that Pokey Chloe and Pokey Dean, who have one on like a corner shop, full-blown metal shutters that come down. And they still got robbed. And he had actually had his house broken into to steal his cards as well. But there's just so many. There are so many. I've seen at least like 8 or 9 who have lost up to 30k's worth of stock. So, and I even saw somebody on the Facebook market page yesterday selling the proper boxes of Destined Rivals. What are they called? The ETBs? And guess how much they were selling them for? Or trying to sell them for? Why? I have 20k insurance on your collection. That means somebody has a lot of cards. ETBs, Elite Trainer Box. Yeah, I think it was an ETB that they were selling, which is what, 8 packs at best? I believe it was closer to 500 they were trying to sell it as. But they had a lot of ETBs for different sets, and I'm like, if you've got these and you're selling them, you clearly bought them somewhere. And this is like sword and shield sets, so I can't help but feel that person could have some connection to one of the local robberies. If you get what I mean. Like, you can't help but put 2 and 2 together. Magic. Oh, you got the magic ones? See, they don't get target as much, do they? But like, when somebody is randomly selling one box that's a photo off a coffee table in your lounge, you kind of feel like probably wasn't bought legitimately. They're still worth, and they just don't get targeted as much, if you get what I mean. Like, I've seen, like, well, what we've had in the UK is kind of ridiculous how much it's getting. It's not like one town being targeted, it's nearly every town is getting targeted at the moment. There was one that had like these absolutely beautiful glass painted windows, and they just smashed the door in. And luckily everybody involved in the shop is very friendly, and the artist actually did the door again for free for them. But they just can't keep anything on sale anymore. When they close, they'd have to take everything down. But the problem is they'll still break in because they know they can get a little bit. So, and then they won't have them because they'll pretty quickly flip them. But you just don't, like, buying anything outside of a legitimate shop is so hard to know whether it's stolen or not at the moment. That's the challenging part of it. So that's where it's very frustrating. Like, I'm quite lucky. My collection is not very good. It's basically the base set. So it's probably worth a lot. Now that I have bought the coffee, you're going to take 2 of Weasel Vision. Oh. And even marking the box with invisible pen doesn't help the police are still selling the packs individually. Exactly. And even if the pack said do not sell separately on, like the person that wants packs isn't going to be too worried about getting it because it's the only way they can get one. Like we've seen instances where the scalpers have gone in. I don't know if they do. I'm just assuming cause it's a bit like when you buy chocolate in a multi-pack of 4, the label when the chocolate bar say can't be sold singly. I don't know if they do that. But we've seen the incidences where the scalpers have gone into a shop, bought all of them, ripped everything in the car park and thrown all the crap or the unmonetary ones in the bin. Instead of just dumping them at a card shop so someone can do something with them, they just put them in the bin. And it shows how little you actually care. Because you only want that 1 or 2 hits that's going to be your big payday. That's why I don't want to get involved in ever opening fresh packs. It's not that I think people... for me, it's like, if I started doing it, then I would want to do more, and I don't want to have to play chase to get packs. I saw the post of a card shop. Same thing happened. Fair play at the shop. They said they knew who had done it, and it wouldn't serve them again. Oh, good, good. Like we had an incident in. I've talked about the hobbyist shop that got robbed. One got broken into overnight and had like 30k. The other one is actually inside an arcade, so it can't really get broken into at night. But during the day, somebody broke into like the glass panels to steal the packs, and they got them on CCTV, and they approached them at another shopping centre, and they said they would come and pay them back. And it turns out it's somebody who basically constantly steals from like the local petrol station. They know his name, they know everything about him, but they can't do anything. And I was like, it's difficult for the police because they need to have the proof of the product being there. That like, it's like an endless loop where you can't really win. Sadly. But we will do 3 more encounters. Glorious. Glorious. Yeah, something like that. That's why. But you just don't really know what they're meant to do. Bobby Road, yes, we don't have that theme yet. You're up to 1 too. I'm sure you'll get one soon. Maybe you can ask Mrs. Astro for the luck. I'm not quite sure what Weasel Vision is, though. Shiny. Better be a shiny. Did you get your shiny? Please say you got the shiny. Look, shine. See, I told you you could do it. Now it's like, has he got Pokeballs? Huxley's like, he's gonna get it, he's gonna get it. I told you, I told you. Emote design vision, okay. Are you diving into the Canva as well? But GG on your shiny Psyduck. Are you gonna name it Duck Goal? I can actually put a tick next to that. Let me concentrate. Don't press the run button. And that's the joy of this one. The shinies like get that bigger pop because they're so rare. I've been using my like free week on Canva to get a bit carried away. I can't make the animated ones to save my life, but the rest will make. Everything has too many frames. But whatever. We'll wait for Huxley to catch this before we put the quiz up. Well, we could put the quiz up while Huxley is catching, couldn't we? Because it's going to be a long quiz. But I would like to hear that it is caught. Where is it? We're going to have to reset it. Yeah, we're gonna stop when I'm ready to return. But it is the full Pokédex in any order, any language that you feel confident going for. Success! GG, Huxley. We get one shiny a day, right? One shiny a day. So, yeah, that's what we're going to put up today. The full Pokédex in any order you feel like entering stuff in, but it will stop when I'm ready to return. So I wish you good luck, and I'll be back shortly. It looks like this is going extremely well. I believe Kanto is nearly complete. There is 2 left in Kanto. It is whatever is after Tangela that is missing. You're at 548 in just over 10 minutes. We'll go to 12 minutes, so you get another minute and a half to see whether we finish. I doubt we'll finish, but we will have to stop at some point. We can't keep going and going. I can't leave this up all stream. But yes, nobody liked Genova at all, or Kalos, seemingly. I think someone went for all the legends. Pop. What I might do is leave it up in the background and you can try and figure out what's missing. Is that an option you would want to do? There is 1 missing in... Oh no, there's 5 missing in... Okay, 4 missing. Nope, there is still 5. I missed the Zangoose. Zangoose hasn't been done. What's going on? But there are 3 people with over 100. Michael's on 184. Sean 110. Mr. Astro 108. He's still coming in with more. I feel like you want to keep going. But we do have to stop. We do have to stop at some point. But that's amazing effort to get well over half in 12 minutes. Do we go to 15? Do we stop at 15 minutes then? Get 3 more minutes to see how much further we get. See who wins. But that will be the limit. So I do want to get on with some more of this Route 1 encounters. I did see, Mike. I did see. We'll catch up when this finishes, because otherwise I'll probably miss half your chats. Because this flies through. Trust me. I'll blink and I miss everything. I'm hoping it's an actual good improvement, though, because I'm finding it a bit... yeah. it also quite hard to run. We got 2.5 minutes. Will one other region get complete? We only have 1 complete region at the moment. Somehow, nobody's got Trico yet either. The ads are done. There we go, Trico and Zangoose to complete. Hoenn. There we go. Hoenn is complete. We're in the last minute. Will we go get this complete? What else is there? What else? There's Rabumbi! Nobody has said Scraggy yet. I'm very disappointed. Have we actually got Buizel yet? We did get Buizel at least. I was getting worried that nobody put Buizel in. And Michael has hit over 200 of these. So GG on that. I do need to focus back on this though, so I feel like you could keep guessing some in chat if you want, if you take a screenshot, see what is missing, but And maybe I'll pop it back up in the break and see if we finished. But I will have to minus it. So I am sorry. It is going to be whether you can remember. So you have to do more work, but you did alright. You all did fantastic on that one. It was all, as I say, as a 3 people. Duck has been submitted. Very nice. You did this. You do this daily. Nice, nice. I like the different strategies everyone was using as well. So yes, Mike, what was it that was happening in the Megastore update? Is it finally the unloaders can actually move more than like 2 boxes? Bug type legendary. Okay, so they do actually unload pallets now, which was very annoying. If it wasn't for bugs, there'd be no Pokemon. Indeed, indeed. We've only got, what, the 2 Ultra Beasties, right? I might have a little look. I might have a look a bit later. I've got to the stage where I have like 10 hills. And that's about it. But some of the stuff needed more items in the boxes as well. There was a lot of things where like 2 things come. So what are you up to today? We are doing the shiny Professor Voices challenge, which is basically a Professor Oaks challenge, which is basically trying to catch everything before the first gym, and it's become a community event, so people are joining in. But that's pretty much it. How have you been? Yep. It is the Pheromosa and Buzzwole. You could argue, I know it sounds weird, that there aren't many grass legendaries. If you're going to go into that. As well. Yanmas. Cophagregus. Michael is still remembering them all. It is still going off. Can order pallets from the scanner. You could do that before. That was in there for ages. I've been doing that most of last week. I'm naming randoms. Maybe try the ones we're doing now. Also, I don't know, I never really got any feedback. Did you like the extra guides I put in the Discord? And Amy is up to 103. No worries, JD. Like the point was just to see how far everyone got in about 10 minutes, and then it was like, you're all doing really well, let's keep it going. Pretty much. Like, it's difficult to find something that is about a 10-minute break that is long enough, but not too long. Do all the stocking yourself and order it. Okay. That's where we both play the game very differently. I try to make it so I'm not doing the work. Which is kind of the weird way to play it, but I see it as I'm meant to be running the store so everyone else does the work for me. I wish you could put more guitars on sale rather than like free and stuff like that. And like some of the, do you know? Yeah, but for me, I always look at when the store is closed. There's a new Psyduck one for you. I see it as when the store is closed, you don't have that time. Yes, Huxley has got the shiny Psyduck. It will get all approved and everything. I don't think you can access the shiny hunt page, can you? The update page. You can only view it and emote the stuff. Thank you for the shiny look and the 26th badge. The other thing, I don't know, have they actually improved this when you... Okay, you've got to. I won't ask the question. I can see and react but not post. Perfect, perfect. Soul Rock in the chat. I'm pretty sure I need that. Okay, I don't need that. I think I must need Lunatone. See, everybody's getting shinies but the professor himself. Everybody but the professor gets shinies. It's Martin. Making my way to the digging par now. Nice. He should give you one freebie, at least. Oh, I didn't put the watch traders in there. I forgot that one. I think Michael is going to get to the 300 at this rate. I will pop it back up during the break, which is still like another 20 minutes away. When we're not hunting, let's see what we can see. I'll never give up. Fair enough. Overquill. Oh, they all look like they've been done. I'm back. Just had a quick call. Okay, welcome back. What I was going to ask is, have they updated it so it tells you in the license what shelving you need? And if that makes sense. And because I know it tells you when you buy the product, but it doesn't tell you beforehand. And then they get moody because you don't have the stuff. Like I bought the CDs on the last upgrade. And there was like 20, there was like, what is it, 12 new things? And then the last thing I unlocked, it was like 3. And it's just like, wait, why is there so many? I haven't touched the bakery. We're not in that right now. Oh, you can carry on playing it, it's still going off. You are welcome to play along as well if you want, Tawny. It's sort of running in the background. We'll see how well it's going. I can't put it on the screen, but I'm just surprised that he is getting the ones. He's almost remembered which ones were missing. Don't need the shelving part of the tab when click department and equipment. Don't need that, but you do. When you buy something, you would like to know what shelving it's going on. Like it's probably just how I used to play the original. I would want to buy the shelving before I unlock the licenses. And like some stuff that looks like it will go perfectly on one shelf doesn't. You can do that? Okay. I didn't see that bit. I've never seen that bit. I've only ever seen it once you've unlocked the licenses. Yeah, you can buy the shelving, but I don't know. I didn't know that you could see what the shelving was beforehand. Oh. Amy has a busy day today. Nice. Enjoy the veggie garden. Doing build might be different than main build. Okay. I know it wasn't on before this update. That bit is true. I will probably stop the game when we go through the next ad. So we'll see how well it is going. Oh no, I just play. The thing is, I find it overheats the laptop quite a lot as well, so I'm not playing it as much. I do like 2 days at a time. I find the staff are too slow, to be honest. But then, if I get enough staff, I'll assign them a category each. So they would only be like the staff are a bit weird, and they just sort of go from the music to the food to the back to the music. So I should really focus on assigning them areas better. Now that I don't really need... where's the power? He should be in the cave entrance to the warm-up tunnel. Pretty much this fast travel point. As soon as you interact with him once, that'll become a fast travel point. So you are probably through the forest of focus. You should be here. Ooh. Let's get rid of that Spiritomb. So next time you do it, you should be fine. But the digging Ma rotates around the map. There's nothing I can really do to help. You pretty much will see her if you're lucky. But I don't know if you've got the stuff to make her dig yet. Like, you should have seen her once, but you always get a freebie one at the beginning of the Forest of Focus, but that's it. Are you going to go for Marul now? Yeah, that's the thing with her. She's a gamble. You can get lucky, you could lose. Like, the best thing with the digging power is he can, if you get lucky, get like nearly 200,000 watts for you. Because in the Dynamax lair, when you talk to like the shop, you can trade in your Amorite ore, no, your Diorite ore for Amorite ore, which is kind of broken. So that is an interesting one to have a little bit of a note of. But it looks like we've got the one. Marrow Hunt set up, yes. It's the best spot. The one spawn on the beach with Storm Drain. Make spawn. I don't actually know completely where Marrow spawns, if I'm honest. What you can do to make it a tiny bit easier for you is actually catch the first one. And then it should fill out, or I don't know if it'll show you on the Pokedex when you encounter one, where it can spawn. If that makes sense. What I say, Benamar, not the best 30 hours of your save. You lost it? Uh-oh. Is that because they've done some big updates again? Or your save file got lost? I'm doing this without Google, by the way. The beta program. Oh. Broke saves. Your fault for not backing up. Yeah, this is kind of goes back to what I've been saying a lot with the sim games. Is they're absolutely brilliant ideas, but they shouldn't really be selling them when there's so much work needs doing on them at the moment. They are basically selling them so people can game test them and make some money, and if they don't like it, they disappear. And that's where it's really messed up. Like, again, your perfect example is, I know that I'm pretty sure you probably did a lot in the grocery store one. I'm not saying all, I'm just saying there are some that do. And the thing is, some of them are doing them solo projects. But my point is, the games are not ready for true releases. That's the problem with a lot of them. They are in the beta stage. They need a good, lengthy beta test. But they put them on sale. And then they charge people money for them. And they just do update after update. And like Betamar is probably one of your best examples. Every update changes so much of it. Everything you've done at the beginning is pointless. Now, even Megastore, to the extent they changed shelving quite early on, and because they changed shelving, everything someone put together needs to be redone. So that's what I mean by them. There's not this like strength to it, and it sort of feels very negative with how they're developing their games. Can't say anymore. Don't lose access better for Bettermart. Do like to help with feeder. It's annoying. Yeah. Like I get that like you're on part of the beta project and which is fine, because that probably means that you had access to the game on them, which is how it should be if you're on that. But somebody who picks up the game to play casually and then it's like, oh, you changed the whole system, like when the checkout's vanished, when they brought in the system to pay the staff and took all your staff away. That was really bad. And there are little things like that that sort of suck the life out of it. But it's because we're demanding, and I don't think most of these games are truly ready to be. Wait for the 400 new items. Yeah, I did see there was a chunk. Like, I'm not even touching that game anymore. I just got too frustrated with it. Because I know they're revamping. They said they're revamping the bakery segment, so you can actually have bakery shelves, which would be nice. Which would have been nice at the beginning of the bakery, because the bakery is an absolute mess, and it always has been. It was awful. Probably, yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that's the base ideas of the shelves you should have anyway. It shouldn't have been as complicated as it needed to be. But it's just putting these trays out, and the trays don't lock, and it's a bit of a mess. I spent more time setting them up than it's actually worthwhile, and then the customers climb all over them because they can't work out how it works. Or I haven't figured out how it works. So that's why I don't touch that one. I like how you're doing extremely well when you're pretty much doing this blind. But as I say, I am going to close this at the end of the next advert and put it away. Guessing randoms, yes. I imagine you would. I know Kalos needed quite a lot before, but I've not kept complete track of what you've put in. But yeah, there's so much. Like, I'm trying my hardest not to go near these new sim games at the moment, because I'm too confused what is just a base copy and paste of someone else's, and what isn't is basically just being thrown out just to hope that people will buy it. And even if only a few people buy it, they're going to make some profit. Then they just don't touch it again. I know, like, liquor store people have put out that they'll be back with more soon, which was nice. TCG's due one soon, and the book one keeps getting updates, even though it's not very good. Because the thing I've noticed with Megastore, and you can put this in the feedback if you want, Mike, I don't care. No customer's going to go in a shop and buy 3 guitars. And that's what I don't like with a lot of these. They don't train their customers to shop sensibly. So they will buy 4 or 5 of the most expensive thing. Like, that's not how it works. Like, at least Retro Rewind did everything right. You won't have a customer come in and buy 3 of the expensive brand new movie. Say economy not good. I guess that's what it would come as. I just don't think it makes sense that one of these customers goes in and buys 4 or 5 of the same product. If that makes sense. Like, it's different for the food element. Like, you can see that. But somebody goes in and buys, like, 4 guitars when you can only put 3 on the shelf. So they buy 1 of each. It's like, that's not how it works. Or they'll buy a guitar and a cello case. That one I can accept, though, if they buy 1 of each. But I don't mind if people buy just 1 of each of stuff, because that's whatever. But too many multiples of the same doesn't make sense. For certain departments, like the bakery, that would make sense if people bought 2 or 3. But I've had people buy like 5 of the same shirt. It's like, that's not, I know, it doesn't make sense. And that's all they buy. So it completely ruins, like, do that in real life. Okay, well, maybe the shirt might be the extreme one, but. Or 5 of the same shorts and stuff. But that's the only thing they get. Or 5 plushy sheep. There is a Vibrava in the chat. Or, okay, the best example is because I've only unlocked this far. Why would somebody buy 4 of the same CD? Me, the colour, buy one in every colour. Yeah, but that's different. This is a game where it's like you have something called a dino shirt and somebody buys 5 dino shirts and that's all they buy. And again, I don't hate, what the hell was that? I don't hate the people for it. I just think that it's lacking that direction with the economy because, as we know, they're all solo developers. They're doing an incredible job of what they've already put out there. Missing No is in the game. I didn't know ever it was the music. They just submitted Megastore for console. Okay. Like, if it's going on console, it needs to be fixed before it's released on a console. I'm going to be brutally honest. There's no way that is ready to be on the console. Like, PC, the updates are going to be quick, but console, no. Not a chance. Not a chance. Whenever I fully give up is a... Fair enough. I know that there are some of these songs that have random Pokemon cries in, that's why. What game are you talking about? I was helping... it's called Megastore Simulator. Mike and I talk a lot about sim games on... Yeah, we talk quite a lot about the simulator games on Steam. Like, I do like some of them, but my point is a lot of them are not ready to be sold. But they're basically thrown out. You have to pay for them, and they're glorified early access beta testing. You are pretty much their testers. And I don't like it that much. In fairness, with this challenge, I've been doing so much work behind the scenes. Like, as you may have seen, if you're in the challenge, all of the guides I put together, that was pretty much most of yesterday filled up. And the day before, it was doing some stuff on the side, getting it all set up for everybody to join. So far, I just haven't had time to do any gaming on the side. I think everything is done. Again, if there is something else you would like added to the guides, let me know and I can add it. But I think I covered pretty much everything. I will just repeat the point. The damage, the recoil moves, if the Pokemon doesn't learn it before we catch them, I didn't put it on the list because it felt a bit pointless. So, for example, Growlithe and Co. learned Flare Blitz at like level 40. There was no point putting that on the list because we're getting it in this segment. I wanted to try and make sure they were the ones people will be encountering right now. The 99 Rewind games looks fun. See, I preferred Retro Rewind. I did like that a lot. I think that 99 Rewind needs a lot of work from what I saw from the demo. I think it could be smoothed out to be very, very fun. But I think there was something missing. If that makes sense. Because Retro Rewind is what Huxley as well also played a bit of. Hello, Ben. I guess the term congratulations is in order. Or are you not going to count those chickens yet? I can't see you not winning the league now. But it would be hilarious if you didn't win it now. It would be truly hilarious. What's next to Steelix? Skarmory? Dunsparce? You're going to have 1.5 minutes left to finish it off. Not Dunsparce then. Faraffarig. Oh, I'm a vet. All of the screen appearances are coming to life. Blackbox on the 22nd of this month, and the gacha is the 8th of June. Okay, I doubt I'll have much time for them, to be honest. Oh no. Scrafty. Good, yeah, and Scraggy. Can't believe Scraggy is this late into the list. Maravich, it doesn't respawn when you run away from it. I'll have to come and have a look. Have you looked to see if it does spawn anywhere else? And the other option is maybe go for the Azurill in Brawler's Cave. I can show you the best place for it as well, if you need to. And the best way to sort of do that area. If you want. Vroom. Okay, we hit the Adlands. That's not a shiny one, so I will put the game on for the ads, but then I am ending it. What are we up to? 898. Michael has nearly hit 400. Amazing work. Amazing. But we'll just wait for the Atlas to be done. I might as well just leave it for the ads, but I am going to switch it off after the ads. Because that is... I think you need to be able to see it to do the rest. So I feel like I don't really need... I don't want it on the screen. And I can go and show Huxley the best way to do Azurill. But now you've encountered a Marill, check your Pokedex where it turns up. Look at the habitat, see if it gives you it. So I don't know if it is considered a strong spawn or a go a bit further away and it should respawn attitude. Right, so we are ending it. We are ending it. Or will Michael hit 400 before it ends? One more for 400. One more for 400. There we go. No, that wasn't Michael. There we go. We pressed the give up button. We pressed the give up button. We stop. So there were a few missing, but an amazing job. 400, 133 for Sean, 127 for Astro. JD with 94, Wall with 77, 20 with 41, Huxley with 41 as well. So yeah, brilliant work from everybody. It's more, I can't really keep it on the screen when I'm doing this hunting, because I need the picture. I did a lap, it didn't show up again. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Have you looked at the Pokedex, like, as well? Jim is up to 70. Very nice. Welcome in. Have that unknown. Okay. Let's have a look. See whether it is here. Like, you might have to go for the Azurill. Do I have... Actually, did I put a Marill in this game? That's the question. I know I put some stuff, but was Marill one? Of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. Okay. So if you were to follow this area, you can go for the baby version. It's 140. I don't have it. Like, the only thing I would have, if I'd got a spare shiny one, I might have put it in. Are you on the beach here? Weren't you? So I think what might be best, if you want to at least go for the part of the line, is to come over this way. And you'll see what I mean when I get here. This is a annoying one, but you'll be able to run around and you don't need to encounter the wrong things. So where this Wishma is, this is where you'll find Azuru at times, but you can sort of do it like this, and it should respawn everything on the other side. So you've seen Swoobat. You feel free to encounter these two. They're going to be too high, so you get the Azurill here. I'd laugh if that was shiny. Would have been funny. Well, this could be one place you look at. I'll come over and have a look at the beach. But you can pretty much just do that. If you feel like it, just encounter this one and this one. They'll be high level spawns, and you can get rid of them. We have a new Buizel emote. Look at the Buizel. Look at the Buizel. With its heart. And it's shiny, right? Everybody's got a Buizel emote. How many Buizels are you going to make, Brie? 4 Buizels? What was the other Buizel? I must have missed one. Yeah, who is the 4th? That's my question. I think Huxley's spoiled it that he's got another one saved up. So where was it that you had the Marrow? That's the question. Where was the Marrow? You can tell me when you have openings. I don't know if Briggy is still here, so this one. It's weird that this one isn't spawning back. Let's see if something else spawns here. And it despawns. And have you seen whether it's random in this grass at all? Have you looked at any of the sites to see where Marrow does spawn? If that makes sense. Beanie Blipbug. Because I don't have the rain, which doesn't help. It might be a weather related. But was that there before? Yep. Huxley's back is making him type wrong. It won't have been that one. So this is where it can get more difficult with some of these, because they will be like soft static ones. Which is going to always be more annoying to do. So maybe you'll have to go for that Azurill. We have all of the Buizels. All of the Buizels on show. So yeah, that might be what we'll have to do. You may have to do it as a soft reset. frustratingly. But I don't know. As I say, I would Google, see where it tells you it can spawn. There is a cargo. I'll check, but Google says wandering spawn. Okay, so you may have to go for the Azuril and maybe get the whole line. It's not the worst. It's much better when you've got a bike. I'll be honest, they do scatter, so make sure you run into them quicker than they run away from you. I will point that out to you. They are a bit annoying. But what you could almost twist it and go for Whisper and Azuril and maybe Swoobat and put them down as like free encounters for you and just sort of focus on that cave for a little bit. I don't think anything else spawns there. Maybe Poliwag. Just treat it a bit like what I'm doing, where you're not desperately going for one, but if you get something, you get something. May do random encounters. Okie dokie. You're going to come to Route 1 as well. Random cave encounters, yeah. The small tip is to just go and encounter the Poliwrath, because it'll be about level 30, 40. And if you've got your Dynamax one, you'll just chase it away. And I think it only spawns once a day, so it's no problem if you get it to go away. If you're really not that worried, you could just knock it out as well. It's one knockout, it's not that you're going to break the 19 rule. You're not going for a Poliwrath. So that's the other thing, as we said, with the leveling up. Some of them are a bit more difficult. I spent ages in that cave looking for a shiny Whisper. Whisper's a bit easier on the other end, but I don't know if Azumarill will spawn there. Because there is like a path around, but I think I did that on a save that had finished, so I don't completely know what spawns. But I just find it amazing that we've had 3 different people all get a shiny in pretty much 3 different methods. You're the first one to get one actually going for it. I don't think Mrs. Astro was going for the Electrike. I think she ran into it, or it ran into her. More like... Oh, pretty under odds, exactly. And there's like us that are like 3,000 in and not seen a single thing. So it happens though, it happens. That's the joy of this. Like, we've got to just get used to the slower methods. Like, we know we're not going to get things like every stream. It would be nice to get one this week in the challenge. For me. That's pretty much my goal. One this week. But I think we're doing a bit of a radar tutorial type thing tomorrow. Like, we might... I was tempted to not do this, but then I could go a bit longer on Thursday in this. Because I would like to get 2 odds by the end of the week. So I'm probably going to... I'm off Friday, back on Saturday, DA's on Monday. No, DA's on Sunday. That's the plan. DA's on the Sunday still. It'll probably be the same rules. If nobody wants to join, I'll just continue this with one of the shield saves. Because why not? Why not? But now, so which other Pokemon do we reckon Bree will make emotes for? Is it only going to be the Buizels? Well, I can almost see her making a Golduck one already. I feel like that's going to be the next one. Houndoom is one that could be made. Golduck or Scraggy? I was looking at Scraggy. I was going to do a bit like what the Charmander one was, with basically Scraggy with fire around it. Maybe she could use that special Psyduck Golduck blend that I sent you. Which was funny. In all of the wrong reasons. I don't do art or photo editing or anything like that. It's worth for Weasel and never again. You're making a green pants one. I'm pretty bad at it as well, Bree, so don't worry. I basically took advantage of Canva's like 7-day free trial, and that's why I did a lot more than I needed to. All I pretty much did was find a picture on the internet, click the background remover, and use one of the text to throw on front of it and save the picture. That's pretty much all I did. That's how high tech I am. Indeed, indeed. That is the Bidoof. Is that the special Bidoof? With your official surname in the Solar Cypher channel. It depends. Do you want something like that with a weasel holding a heart? Is that what you want? Yeah, that was the main goal. So shall we see if we can make a weasel holding a heart? Is there a preferred colour for the heart? As one is colourblind and might miss it. Well, I'm sure that Huxley's bored anyway. I'll probably end up doing it. It's fun just finding the random pictures. I wanted to get a Nickit, but I couldn't find a good Nickit picture. You're good with that one. That's good. That's good. At least you know that it's one that you made, so that's the thing. And give it like a couple of days, it'll be like the most used emote on your channel, right? That's how it works. Like the Taylor raid one is going to be fun. I have changed the raid message. I hope I put it right. Shall we check the raid message works? We're not finishing. Okay, we are not finishing. I'm just checking what it looks like. There we go. Yeah, so that's the Taylor raid one. It does work. That's good. It's like 4 or 5. I think it's 4 Talos in a still frame that just goes across. That's pretty much it. I should try and figure out whether to put the rock one on. The Talo rock. That's in the Discord. Hello voices. Welcome in Crow. How are you doing? 5 stream streak. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. We still personally have not got a shiny, which is fun. I've also got to spend most of the afternoon figuring out how to find more space on my mobile, because they say there's an update that I don't have enough space for. And I have like 8 megabytes of space or whatever it is. How big are these updates? But we know we'll get one of the most like lackluster shinies, won't we? We'll get Squovit, which Squovit and Blipbug are the two that scare me the most at the moment. Purely because they're everywhere on the map. That's the main worry, because Blipbug is pretty much every grass patch on the Isle of Armor, so I don't think we need to run out the way and get that early. Number 11 on the gym badges. Very nice. GG. Up and running on the Zoomeroo. I'll count those encounters, but may just check the others. No worries. Like, they're not too bad. Like, that is going to be how we're going to have to do Whismer. So, if you manage to get Whismer there, it would also be amazing. To be honest. Like, Swoobat's not as essential. It's in the Galar Mine. You like the battle area with the buildings in the background. Yes. This probably has one of the best proper, like, locations that you feel like you're battling. Because if you, like, you've got it all up there, you can see it just about. I don't want to go too far because I've actually got the grass right. But that's the train station, the berry shop, and the clothes shop behind the Blipbug, and behind me is basically my house and Hop's house. Or farm area. So that's really good. And the one on the right of the train station is like the professor's house. So it actually feels like you are in the world having the battles when you're not actually. So yeah, I get it. It's sort of like you're battling on that path. I don't know if it changes if I go further around, but might be worth looking. But almost, part of me actually thinks it makes you go and battle in the middle bit. In a weird way. So like that bit of grass in the middle. That looks like where the battle is, because if you look behind me, there's the patch of grass as well. That we're running around in. But this whole map does that for nearly everything, which is why it's such an underrated game. I know people had expectations, and Dex it happened, but hey, it all happened. And we got something fun. I bet Welma will love the battle theme. Probably. Probably. There is that one Well Lord that apparently spawns once a year on this game. You won't miss it. I think someone said it only spawns once a year. There we go. There is a spinning Well Lord from the Huxley. I can't remember if Welma's on the list to do at the moment. I've actually forgotten. I like, however, did you manage to take a video of your Psyduck encounter? Out of interest. Or were you just too busy popping off that you found it? I don't know if you knew about the rewind feature. Got too excited. Fair enough. Well, you got the picture. That's the big thing. You got your picture. That was what we needed most. I will for the next one. It's easy to forget. Like, the amount of times I forget to press the clip button, or the clip goes and does just the encounter, which isn't what I need for competitions. It's very, and then the clip doesn't do what you need it to. Because the other thing tomorrow, especially with Huxley and maybe Huntress, is I can show you what they kind of want if you're sending in clips for radar as well. I don't know if it's exactly, and what you'll need if you're doing it offline as well. So I think they can be quite strict with the radar stuff. But I don't know. Like, I see Bree liked my question and I never really got an answer to. The Discard says only 2 usual photos, date and summary screen. I thought it showed you react to the question I asked, and I didn't really get an answer to it, did I? Yeah, the Madar question. I like, they just sort of said, "We'll see how well you." I like how even Zake liked it. It's like the Charcadet in the chat. It's like, and it would have been, "We'll get back to you." Like, that was what it had to be. Was like, "We'll see how well we do." And I think that's why a lot of that group don't like doing the events, because the rules aren't really put out there or answered very quickly. Like, they've done a very good job at the base description this time. I think the idea of what the Shiny League points are going to be used looks extremely interesting. And there is no bonus points for being in the Shiny League at all. You just help push more bounties through, from what I can tell, which is fun. I just hope the bounties are going to be on both games. What is a bounty? So this is something that isn't to do with the Shiny League. I want to point that out. This is something they would do naturally without the Shiny League. Just forget that, to start with, we'll say there is no Shiny League. So what they will do is, after one day, for example, I'm just going to keep this as the simplest example. On Friday, they might turn around and say Drifloon is your radar, or this balloon has floated into the area where Drifloon only spawns on a Friday. So Drifloon will be you'll get more points for a Drifloon. You'll probably get 2 points for it instead of 1. I don't know the point system for it, but I think they might riddle it. They might put certain Pokeballs. I'm not quite sure, but basically that is a bit like what Solar's Booster Thursday ones are. It'll be that you can still get anything radar. It's just that radar will get you a couple more points, and it'll be alive for 24 hours. But basically, from what I understand, the SSL can put their points towards uncovering the bounties earlier. So whatever points I get at the end of the season, I can then use to push a bounty through quicker. And then I think another bounty can be added, but they will not force a bounty to end. They just means it will start one earlier. I think that's what it meant in layman's terms, and I'm trying to read it as layman's terms because there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes from what I was reading. But I'm glad that you can both see those channels, because I've started going in Discords and actually unfollowing categories for 2 reasons. Not because I don't want to be in them, I just want to untick voice channels, because I keep clicking on voice channels when they're in lists, if that makes sense. Like, you probably notice in mine, I don't have any voice channels that are not voice channel category. I can easily click on a scroll down list and the bottom one is a voice channel, and I click on it by accident. I've done it on about 5 different Discords, thinking it is another channel to see what that is or something. Thinking it's like a thread or something, and it's a voice channel. So I start going through Discords now and actually unclicking categories just to hide Discord, the voice call ones, because of that. I know it's probably not the best thing because I miss anything new added, but I just don't want to keep trying to get into calls with people. I'm sure you've probably done the same. So it doesn't help, like what we were talking about yesterday, when we were saying that channels don't show up if you don't follow categories. There's me not following categories. But I just think, don't put voice channels in categories, okay? Put them in their own category. Yeah, most of mine no one was there. Like, one of the best examples is on Shiny Dex. He's got the text help one, like the threads, and then there's a voice one, and I clicked on it to see what the second was, and it started trying to call someone. There was no one in there, but I didn't want to click on it. Or like, you scroll down a bit too quickly and click on it, and instantly it starts trying to phone you in. It's like, no. Suggest the voice channel in case people wanted to share screens. Like, I'm quite happy if you use the normal VC ones, like, for it. I don't think there's... Some might have caps on how many people can go in them, but nobody's used the VC ones. The reality is some people might want to watch who are not involved in the SPVC as well. So you can use the other voice channels. There are some there. They're mainly set up for Dynamaxes, but in all my time using it, I don't think anybody's used the voice channels. I just set a couple up because we were doing the Dynamax Adventure Month in April last year. So I set some VCs up and nobody ever used them. Because I was toying with the idea of potentially doing the collabby or having it set up to do collabby stuff. So that's just the general one that says voice chats. Or I think, yeah, you can use any of them really. Like, I think the DA one will be locked to 4 people maximum. But if you want to use it, you can use them. Like, they're not, nobody ever goes in them. So if you don't want more than 3 other people joining you, I would use the DA one. But it was more that I didn't want people going in there if they weren't in DAs, if that makes sense. There was like a conversation about maybe having the 4 people that are in a DA be able to have the conversation while doing DAs. That's the main thing. Oh, we've hit the Adlands and I ran into something. Okay. Nothing too serious. Nothing too serious there. Didn't miss out on anything. But yeah, like, they're there if people want them. Like, there is actually a role that I don't think either of you have as well, which is kind of funny. That I did set up when I first started doing DAs, which is something like, I think it's called like the Dynamax code channel, because we were having some issues where people were joining and throwing. And because that was happening, we wanted to have a channel in the Discord we could put the code in and sort of hide it. And then I sort of gave it to the people doing DAs and that was it. And then we never used it. Do I have to make a mod hideout chat? Is that what I have to do? And we can see all of the shiny Marrow Azuros. I will put a little tick next to your Psyduck as well on the updates list. You can for me. Well, I know like quite often, like I think Strict sometimes does it as well. Secret hideouts. Only Shame and a Darkrai left from my PLA home decks. I think you don't need them for the gift in home, at least. I'm pretty sure you don't need them for the home gift. But I guess there is the completionist that you want to get them all. What game did you need to actually play to get the Darkrai? I forgot. I've jumped into Dorcas 1, and it was good fun. Just chatting nonsense, hearing all the soda sound clips he's collected. Yep, that sounds about right. I've not ever been in one. I think I'd be too overwhelmed. They are listed in home. I think they're listed in home, but you don't need them for the reward. I think if you go into home, you should get the reward for getting everything from that game. I didn't quite get the whole shiny Pokemon challenge. Can we participate? If so, how? If you want to take part, I asked for people to join the Discord because I will need to be able to communicate with people. If you got a Shiny Dex page as well, which you can visit this site here. This is the event. But the idea is you basically start a fresh save. More than anything else. And you basically cannot get a gym badge. And you can't do knockouts. You just have to do random encounters only. You can get like this Rookity is fair. but you can't sort of knock stuff out to improve your brilliant odds aura. But the idea is that the community gets the full living dex by the end of the game that can be shiny. You can do more than one save. You can visit the Dynamax adventures to get some strong Pokemon. And get to the Watt Farmer to get more Watts. But that's pretty much what it is like, to get everything possible before the first gym. The reason I ask everyone to be in the Discord is, if we get to a stage where we need one, I feel like I would like to be able to talk to people to say one left. The other side is, if somebody puts something in wrong, I would like to be able to explain it rather than just tell them no and then they can't message me back to ask why it was wrong or what was wrong, or something like that. But people are more than welcome to take part. Like, again, this was designed as a solo project, but the interest from chat made me open it up to be an event that everyone could take part in. I'll be honest, I didn't expect more than anyone else to want to do a brand new save on this game and shiny hunt, but the amount of people that have is amazing. And there are certain pictures you need to take when you get the shinies to prove that you haven't done any sort of manipulating and to get better odds. But the idea is to do the fullest possible odds. Everything on the page of what's needed. Are you saying if there's 3 people interested, I'll open it? Exactly. So when you enter a shiny, you kind of need to take this page of your Pokedex to show that you've only battled one. I know that sounds a bit strict, but we've just got to make sure that you haven't done like 500 knockouts to get brilliant aura odds, which are very high. You also would need to do your league card, which is here. It shows you've got no badges. And on this page, you would need to take the picture of this page to show your trainer ID, and this page to show the date you caught it. We're not going to go for the legends in the Dynamax adventures yet. It might be something we add at the end. Like, I'm trying to keep it to the stage where, one, you can't use Dynamax adventures for shinies anyway. If you can go in Dynamax adventures to get some Pokemon that are strong level, have the abilities to increase stuff, whatever you want. If you get a shiny, it won't count. Simple as that. There's one exception, but we'll cross that bridge later. We could add the legends once we finish everything else. But the other side of this is where people have done fresh saves. You don't need the internet for fresh saves. And I don't expect people to get another NSO password to do DAs with other people, and some of the DAs you need people to help you. And then it's also harder to prevent the shiny charm being captured, which is going to be the hardest part once we get to the 5th badge. But the idea is we want to do random encounters only, or the soft resets. So there is a stage of this where some of the stuff on the Isle of Armor are trades, which are 1 in 4,000, that the person you trade with will give you a shiny. There is a tiny couple of things, like some starters, which we will have to do breeding for, but we're not including breeding currently until part 2, because technically we're not meant to reach a daycare centre until part 2. And that's why it's not called a Professor Oak's challenge. It's called the Professor Voices. So I can take the bits I don't like out of it. Can you get Welmer prior to... If it's on the page, yes. If it's not, no. I think that's going to be my best answer. Everything that's on the events page is catchable now. That's the best I can tell you. I can have another look afterwards, just to be sure. You flat out cannot get Wailord until you get the bike. Because if not, you 100% will not be able to get the Wailord until we have 5 badges. No, 6 badges. Because I don't think you can get the bike until you've beaten the 6th gym. I'm pretty sure you have to beat the 6th gym to get that bike. Which is why when people speedrun this for the shiny charm, I encourage them to actually do the 6th gym and get the bike. But if you Welmer surfing, actually you will also have to check what level that Well-Lord is as well. But I can check Welmer. If you do check it, feel free to say the locations it can spawn in, if it's a fishing encounter. If you see it come up as fishing, then I might be able to it, but as for check locations. But for Megiddo, it is designed to be quite strict because we want to make this as difficult as possible. So I think that Well-Lord might be level 80, if I'm not mistaken. And if it's level 80, you pretty much can't catch it till you've got all your badges. I did put the badge catch guide in the Discord as well. I can't remember exactly, but I think after the 2nd badge, we actually get to go and play in the next load of the wild area. So that's going to be quite a lot. I thought it was level 30 after the 3rd badge, but it looks like it's level 30 after the 2nd badge. So we won't have to worry about that Litwick. But yeah, that's where it's sort of, it can come off quite strict, but it's meant to be difficult. I don't want it to be just something that we could just go and knock stuff out, get everything. It's also a living dex as well. Professor Oak is just tick it off in the Pokedex, which is why it's going to take a long time. Like, we might have some people who will want to take part in this challenge that love doing the breeding stuff. So if that's the case, I might just say go and do the starters now. I don't have too much of a problem. I don't think anyone else will. But I'm trying to get it so if nobody is particularly interested in doing the breeding. So yeah, I don't think we can get that Well-Lord. The Star Egg luck. Exactly. The reason I haven't said yes, I was actually tempted to say we can't do the breeding until we can officially get the Ditto. That was going to be one little thing I was thinking of. And I don't think we can officially get the Ditto until we can get Surf, if I'm not mistaken, outside of a den. I don't think it spawns on the main island anywhere. Because the other side of it is, I have to be a bit strict with the Ditto, and it has to be in the same language you are playing the game. Just to be a tiny bit stricter, as it takes away the Masuda, lowering the odds. But I have put all of the Ditto guides that Austin John has done. So, if you see any of them say Surf, I would suggest not doing anything that involves Surf. I think the most important thing to do is to see if we can hit the 100, because you get the starter, the Alolan starter. So you could have got a Poplio if you picked the water starter. I hope you picked the water starter. I forgot which one you picked, Brie. But you could have got Poplio. You were hunting Zygarde in the adventures. Really hard to beat without... Yeah, it's probably the hardest thing to beat in there. I think the 3 ground types are the hardest ones to beat. That Landorus and Groudon, it's good luck most of the time. I hate doing them. Because the thing is, Zygarde's one that you kind of need to save an easy path and just do the same thing on repeat until you get it, and that makes me even less interested in doing it. I like the strategy in DAs of putting the moves together. You need Zygarde for it. Yeah, pretty much. You can... we have one without Zygarde, but if you get a Zygarde... Yeah, it's just long as well. You gotta go? No worries, Tawny. Have a nice rest of your day. And I look forward to seeing if you get... No, never mind. Okay. I have added you all into the event and everything. So don't worry, you can get on with any of the hunts that you want to. As well, as we sort of said, there's going to be a little... a diary-esque channel, which I'm just going to share one of the pictures of everything with the trainer name not tagged. I will not tag anyone in anything in there. So you can sort of catch up, react to all the photos however you want. And basically that's the goal of it. So we can look through and almost see, when did we get this number 1 to 325, I think it is now, because I had to add the trade ones in. I know we were talking a lot about those trades with Regina yesterday. I have only added the things that we can get at the moment. So we can get a Marowak. We can get Zigzagoon and a Galarian Meowth. I think they're the only 3 we can do right now. So the idea is you save on front of her, do the trade, and then reset if it doesn't. It isn't shiny. Or when it's coming through, you should be able to tell most of them shiny. You are ready for work? Give me in a car? No worries. Have a safe journey, Pixel. But the other thing, you can, anybody can do it. You can all advance the Kung Fu storyline. You can finish it if you want. It doesn't make too much difference. For anybody who is intrigued in doing the Alolan breeding, do your best to find yourself an Everstone, because you will need to put an Everstone on anything you want to breed. Because any Meowth you breed will become a Galarian Meowth. If you put an Everstone on the Alolan, it will become Alolan. So make sure you make a note of your Everstone. I haven't put a breeding guide up because we're not doing it yet. Or we haven't planned to. The story is basically battle a couple of people, catch some Slowpoke, no, beat some Slowpokes, get a starter, Bulba or Squirtle, do another battle, get some mushrooms, battle someone, get a Cubfu, do some stuff with Cubfu. I think some more battles, maybe get your Cubfu to evolve, but you'll get a Porygon at the end, and we'll need to breed the Porygon, basically. So the more people that get that Porygon, the better. I'm trying to not have people bring stuff in to breed. Ditto is kind of the exception, but I can show you where to get a Ditto from a raid then, if we want to do it that way. I would like to try and encourage people not to, though. But I can't stop them. Like, the Ditto is going to be like the exception, I think. But if we can get the Pokemon, let's try and get one brand new to breed from. I think one of the other reasons why we're not doing the breeding is I think you need a special incense to get like an Igglybuff, because I'm pretty confident saying Igglybuff is only breedable, or it's only raid dens, so that is one that we can do. But we don't get that incense until we reach Holeberry. But again, we've got 3 shinies, we still got 300 to go. And if we're getting 1 a day, we'll be talking about this in March still. So it won't take you too long, but it's probably a lot quicker with the bike. It's more that Porygon will be in part 2. So I think you can also get access to the Cramomatic as well, which can give you funkier items. So special sweets if somebody is going for a certain Milcery or El Creamy, but someone has put El Creamy on their wish list. So we'll probably leave that for them at the moment. But that's pretty much, yeah, there's a lot. I'm probably going to ask anybody who put more than one request into Route 1 to move on from Route 1 if they get one. Um, that's not a problem. I don't have a problem um, with you for getting, like, picking it. Because I've got quite a lot on that list. I've completely keep forgetting who picked what. But you know what I mean. You could get the Cramomatic to get that sweet you want. Well, no. What I mean is, like, I don't want people to not do it. Like, at the end of the day, this is early stages. There's at best 10 to 12 people involved. Some people only want one thing on each route. It's more that a lot of people have put in for a lot of Route 1s. Like, I even feel like I should move away from Route 1, just so let everyone else get the ones they want. It's more the case that I don't want somebody to get 5 from Route 1, and then everyone else be like, well, I didn't get a chance. Like, come back to Route 1 after a month if nobody touches it. But if you get one, like, the third day, let's just see if you can get the next one. Like, you've got Milcery on yours, so you could get the Milcery. Go for the Milcery after you get the Nickit or something. That's more what I mean. It's not just don't do it, it's more don't try and get all 5 if others have also asked for one. I don't think too many people wanted Nickit. I just don't want to discourage people by people putting in a list and then not getting a chance to hunt for anything because somebody's gone and done the whole of Route 1 on their own. Like, my personal preference at the moment is to try and get one on each route, and that is kind of how I was trying to do it. I thought I might have got a shiny by now, but hey, it happens. It happens. We go slow today. Because I know, like, Miss Astro was slightly worried that she might have taken someone's pick with the shiny she got. Someone wanted Nickit, so I was putting up Feeble just to alternate between Yamper and Nickit. If the static does not attract a lot of Yamper. I'm pretty sure you'll get a good chance of getting more Yampers on Route 4. And you're probably going to spend a bit of time there for your Milcery, aren't you? So, like, as I say, if you get a Nickit, make it the Feeble, and then just move on from Route 1 for a week or so. Like, you've seen, I've done this for, what is it? What's the time on there? 18 hours? I've done nearly 3/4 of a day on this route, and I don't have the shiny, so must be a skill issue. So it's just one of those, like, I'll probably go to the next route and get 1 in 10 or something stupid. Because one thing you'll learn from watching some of these challenges is people may lose interest when they're not very interesting Pokemon. The laptop handles the double recording. I get that. I could probably do double. It's more whether I could handle running around with 2 controllers. I think that's my main thing. So, like, Huxley's in a really interesting spot at the moment because that location is theoretically Huxley could spend 2 weeks there and go for Whismur, Azurill, and Swoobat and Poliwag, and they won't be dupes for anybody. And he'll tick off something that not many people would go for, some of the others. So that is another way to look at it. I know that Bree has asked to do some in the wild zone. I think Mrs. Astro, as we say, is doing the bees. I think Oreo is a bit of Route 1 and a bit of Route 4, but not the ones you were after. I think he wants, like, the Joltik, Ferroseed, Galarian, Meowth. So there's a few things there for him. There's a few people that want Growlithe. Move choice is designed to rage fresh. It is, definitely. It is indeed. That's why I sometimes just stop doing DAs. Even when we stream them, it's if nobody joins, I'm just going to do this challenge on Sunday. But last week we had people in every one, so worked out quite nicely. There is a slow bro in the chat, if you would like a slow bro. I just want the clearest thing to be said. Whatever you go for is not wrong. Like, if you do end up getting someone's target, the idea is they're not going to be upset. It's just don't go out your way to make that your single hunt. Like this random encounter one, I can't even manipulate what I'm getting. Like, someone wants Caterpie, someone wants Grubbin, someone wants Blipbug. I can't help it if I get them. It's just going to be a bit of bad luck. I can evolve mine, it's not a problem. I just don't want anyone to feel like they are not getting welcomed in. Some things you just run at you. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what Mrs. Astra was slightly worried about. Because I think she literally had the electric run at her. Have a good rest of your day, Tawny. And good luck if you are getting any of this shinies targeted today. That's not unavoidable. Some people are out for blood. Exactly. There is like, I part of me wants to just take away your requests. To be honest, like, because I don't want people to feel like that. I don't mind, like, just use it as an example. So say, okay, well, thank you for the follow. We do have anonymous follows. Welcome to the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge, where we're trying to get a living shiny Dex from Sword and Shield with the community before the first gym. We have 3 so far, and that's about it. But we also do a Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex challenge where we do bounce between games. So feel free to follow along, enjoy, and collect badges which can help pick some shiny hunts. So I know it would be slightly different, but just for an example, say Bree and Huxley did a little bit of a race to get the shiny Psyduck, and Bree got it. Huxley would probably put a comment like, you stole it, but you would know there was the element of sarcasm in it. That's what I think sometimes can get misled on the internet, especially with this type of thing. And if anyone is overly rude, I will just kick them out the event to anyone. I'll be pretty strict with it. It's like, if you upset someone in it, you're not taking part. If it was Bree, it wouldn't think there would be any sarcasm. But my point is, if anyone is rude to anyone, hostile towards anyone, they will just get kicked out of the event. As simple as that. It's meant to just test people to do like some of the harder hunts. That is the only point in it. So, like, I know one that Bree has put on the list is Pancham, for example. So when we go for the Sizzlipede, one of the random encounters on Route 3 is Pancham. So there is a chance someone could get the Pancham. And that's not someone else's fault. Right? It's bad luck. Like, it's no different than, let's just say, if when we're doing fire red, leaf green, we jump into the next one, next area, and somebody said they want that, and we get all of them. As what route was that you say? I do not have the mental strength required to shiny hunt. But if you're watching, no worries, but thank you for joining in. Hopefully you are well. Yeah, I was, part of me was a little bit frustrated that everybody put Blipbug in. But at the end of the day, I can't help it. Like, I also anticipate anybody who is trying to build a shiny Dex, and it's a Gen 8 exclusive, is going to pick that. For example, like, Galarian Farfetch is going to be very popular. But let's be honest. or Galarian Corsola, Galarian Darumaka. They're all going to be very important to some people because it's the only chance they get to get them. I remember when I used to say, I don't have the strength to shiny hunt. Is it shiny hunting or sleeping? That's the question. It also prevents me from not finishing your hunts at your own. Yeah. So the challenge basically works with. There's a link in the pinned comment to the event page that shows what we're currently after. If you are interested in joining, I can share the Discord for more conversations about it. But the basic idea is everybody had to start a brand new save file or not reach a gym leader. And the idea is every location, we have to between everyone who wants to take part. So on this map, it is Route 1, all of Route 2. On the wild area, it is south, east, north, Rolling Fields, Dapple Grove, West Lake, and Watchtower. All of these, we need to catch everything that can be shiny below level 20 or level 20 or below. There might be one fishing encounter here. Everything in 3, the Galar Mine, and 4, but also a large chunk of this map is also needed. So that's about 300 plus Pokemon that we need to get. We need to get one of each to put into that event page, and then we can unlock the next segment of the story. We all just pause because we've hit the Adlands. We don't like doing any of it during the Adlands. But the main idea is, I don't know if you've ever heard of a Professor Oak's challenge before, but it's basically that with a few twists which I've put in for my own personal decisions, because this was going to be a project I was going to do 100% solo, but other people asked to join, so we opened it up so other people could jump in. I expect some people will be raring to go, and then within a month they'll not be interested. I get that, it's going to happen, but if it's open and people want to join, fine, they can join. It's pretty relaxing, to be honest. Like, yeah, at the beginning with 300 possible encounters, there's not really much you can do wrong at the end of the day. So that is kind of where we're at. We've got 3. We got Psyduck today. Shall we say we got it? Take all of the credit? Do we take all the credit for the Psyduck? For all the hard work? I thought so. I thought so. So that is the plan. But it's a long task. How many people are involved? At the moment, I think it's about 14. There is like a list of the participants who have shown interest on the event page as well. It is one where you have to be added as a participant rather than just entering something. Again, I want to be able to communicate. So if somebody did something slightly wrong, I want to explain why. 14. Fair enough. Yeah, I want to be able to have that conversation in Discord rather than just decline their entries. Because most of the time it's just that one thing is wrong, and I don't want the person to think that I'm picking on them by rejecting something. I guess that's just me, because they can't reply to me on there. Are you going to take part, Jim, as well? You going to go and get some shinies? That's the question. Will we get all of the shinies? I think we're going to fall a bit short of the original target for today, but never mind. I can't go quite as long today, but tomorrow we'll do some radar stuff. Again, when we do the radar stuff and you are wanting to learn more, don't think any question is stupid. I will go through any questions when we're doing the radar. And I just want to make sure people know that they can ask anything. That's fine. Yeah, like at the end of the day, nothing is considered a bad answer. I'm still going through my boxes looking for that sword cartridge. Okay. Does that mean that you are looking to take part eventually once you find the cartridge? I think it's one of the most important things when you are learning bits of shiny hunting. There are not dumb questions. There are questions where you need to know the answers, but you've never had the chance to ask. And to somebody who may have done it for like 10 years, they're going to think, well, you should know that. And I hate that attitude in the shiny hunting community. You should know that. No, this could be the first time someone's touched that game. Let's go through it. Let's keep it basic. Like, don't make it too advanced. And it's the best way to encourage more people to get involved. And the more people who get involved, the more they'll enjoy it, because there's certain things that are harder to do in these games. So, because I do that at work too. My manager always says that people don't speak up enough when they get confused. And one of these, she's like, that I'm very open communicating and getting clarification. Yeah, that's what it should always be. Uh, when I used to train people before, I used to make that point as well. It's like, we're going to start as if you know nothing, and I'm not doing it because I want to be rude. I don't want to skip a step, and you go, how do I get to that step? I want to start that this is the first time you've done this. First time you've seen this system, and even if I turn around and say, can you get to this page? And if they go yes, then I will skip that bit. But if they say, oh, I'm not sure, then I go, fine, we'll start as if you know, like, it's your first day there, because it's not something they've done before. But I don't want to go, here you go and do this. Just beep, beep. You know what you're doing. Like, you have to understand everybody is at a different level of experience in every game. Like, if I was to pick up a Metroid game, I'm pretty sure I'd have to ask Bree what the run button is. And which button provides more confusion. And other things like that. Which is probably why I don't play those type of games, because I don't have the patience to learn them. Exactly. But I don't have the patience for any sort of platform combat game anymore. This is so much calmer. Like, you can just take your time. And Rick is up to 7 badges. Welcome in, Rick. Hopefully you are good. You can also follow along with Rick, who is doing some Sableye only runs in Pokemon. Recently been doing an Oras one, but also does do some shiny hunting, a little bit of Ranger as well. So if you want to see some more of the older Pokemon games that don't get much love, you can follow along and see what he gets up to. See, Sableye only. Hopefully it wasn't too bad a day. You sound like the person that used to do the sort of hours I would have done. The nice hours. All of the Sableyes. Should I upload the non-shiny version of that as well? I'm pretty sure the pack came with a shiny and non-shiny pack. But we have officially hit 3 on this challenge. Mr. Huxley got himself his precious Psyduck, so he's probably done with it now. He's got his precious. I haven't got anything, of course. But never mind, never mind. I think Sableye is in the 3rd segment, right? Of this. I think you get it in Galar Mine 2, if I'm not mistaken. Am I going to have to save the Sableye for you? I know I did do the flee / escape from battle ones for you, Bree. So I put Teleport, Roar, and Whirlwind together. I think the only one that's truly going to be scary out of all of them is probably Yampa and Abra. I don't think anything else has it at the levels we can get it. Oh, we should have checked with Huxley what ability Psyduck has. Right, yeah, Yampa can learn Roar apparently at 15. According to the guides. It has Damp, so you can go after the Coughings as well. If you want to level it up, what you can do is a curry, a couple of curries, and it should get a big boost. And as I'm pretty confident in saying you're not going to get a Golduck, you can just go and start knocking Golducks out if you want. If you want to get some levels. Or Torkoals. If you did get something that's good against Torkoal, you can go and just knock that lot out, because it doesn't matter about your encounter numbers on them. Because remember, we are strict on the number of battles you do, but if, like, for example, Torkoal is now going to be one that we can all go and battle endlessly, because, well, how does Roar... I don't completely know what can block Roar. Basically, it says that it just forces the opponent to leave battle and find a shiny. If you do find a shiny, you won't count. I don't think Golduck is under level 20. It might be a bit like the Marrow, to be honest, where it's only a couple that appear. I only smack down the block right away. And a block Roar right away. Okay. I don't think it's going to be, like... I don't know if it's got anything to do with speed as well. So if you've got your high level thing, you might be protected. I guess if you get yourself, like, the Spore Mons, there's only a couple. Shenodic in the DAs, Among Us. Block Roar, it was better. Okay. It says soundproof such as or solo moves. Okay. But if you're going for that, like, specifically, you're going to put that effort in to do that extra bit of research. That's the big thing. Just to make sure you don't have that go wrong on you. I sort of saw it as a wrestling one, but I wasn't completely sure. The higher one levels to... Okay, we're good to go. That's good. I know that... The thing is, I'm trying to keep most of the guides of what people have asked for. So, like, Brie asked for the fleeing ones. We've talked about self-damaging. I've put the weather conditions, what can trigger a weather condition, what has hail, sandstorm, and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that'll help, because you don't want to false swipe something in snow or sandstorm, because unless it's a ground or ice type, it'll get knocked out. It's different if it's like a vanillish. It won't get knocked out. But if you're doing Baneri, for example, in the snow, and you false swipe it, it'll get knocked out. In fairness, when we've done most of the shiny hunting in this game, I've noticed I've never really used false swipe. There are some interesting false swipers. Pangoro is one of the more noticeable ones, because if you can get Scrappy on it, it can hit ghosts with false swipe. I know I could have put Soak in as well. If you're going to use that Psyduck to do catching as well, Huxley, if it tries to learn Soak, try and keep that move. Because Soak turns a Pokemon into a water type. It's most notably important for grass types, because then you can use Spore on grass types. You can't use Spore on a grass type when it's a grass type. That is the reason why I have Golduck in Scarlet and Violet, to use Soak. So it turns whatever I'm facing into a water type, so I can use a sleep and then bring the Breloom out to do all the work. Put it to sleep, false swipe it. That is the main reason it's used. Not to spite Huxley. So take note of that. Well, if I had done more of the DLC, I could have got Quagsire, but I don't know if it learned. Quagsire's risky, because the problem is Quagsire and Swampert are quad weak to grass types. So I needed something that wasn't quad weak to a grass type. Hence, Golduck. Because you only really need it for a grass type. That's the problem. You do like the derpy face? Yes. I think the other thing is you can only get one Quagsire in the base game of Scarlet and Violet without breeding as well. That's the other reason why I didn't use it. So, yeah. That alright? That alright? We'll get there. We will. We'll figure out the best. Like no one ever was. I understand your requirements for it. I just can't endorse it. If I named it Psyduck, would that be better? But the reality is, when we've played this game, you've never seen me use False Swipe and we've caught the shinies. So, like, eventually they'll stay in the ball. It's not as hard as the old games. And used Smurgle Paint Bomb Yellow on it. You can use Smurgle as well, because... So there is a way. You would have to use a... So if you can test set up your Smurgle perfectly, what you need to do is take all bar one move off your preferred move that you would like. So if you put Soak on the Psyduck, for example, and you face a Ditto, it will use Soak. So you bring your Smurgle out and use Sketch, and it will learn Soak. Then you run from battle, change your move, and do the same with like False Swipe. And that's how you set your Smurgle up. To have like False Swipes, Scope, and all of these other moves. Like Spore as well. Because it will copy you straight away. That's why I did with mine. Kind of a shiny one with False Swipe, Spore, yeah. So the other move I would say put on it is Soak if you have the means to do it. Because then you could just use that as everything. It does most of the work for you. I think the plan for today is to try and hit 333. No, 300. 3,300. Okay, that's when we do the Professor Voices challenge in Scarlet and Violet, right? Well, maybe. Probably not. But thank you for the follow. Welcome in to the Shiny Professor Voices challenge. And the Shiny... switch to Shiny Living Dex. So we are trying to get everything shiny with the community before the first badge. Try to do the Unova Darumaka from one of the NPCs. On the other, no luck yet. Are you on sword or shield? Just to confirm this. I'm on shield. I don't know whether she'll offer you it on shield. I'm going to be honest. I feel like she doesn't. I feel like they're locked to the region. Because Darumaka is... I might be wrong, you may have to do a Google check, but because Darumaka is the sword exclusive, it may only let you trade with the sword one. So like, I might not get... Have you seen Farfetched? Then that'll be a better question. Have you seen the Farfetched trade? If you've seen the Farfetched trade, then you're just having bad luck. If you haven't seen that either, that's probably it. So I'm pretty sure it's those two that are exclusive. I think they go hand in hand with Ponyta and Corsola, if I'm not mistaken. Not that I remember. She mostly has Marowaks and Meows. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess that it may be something you need to double check some of the guides, just to make sure that the trade isn't locked to the separate game. I have a feeling it might be. All good. Hopefully you got your gacha pause. We'll be over in there soon, lurking away. Don't worry. As I say, my plan is free today. We'll do some slow-moving radar tomorrow. Gotta wait for everyone else. Yeah, I've got loads of mine at the end. What was your total at the end? Were you 5 for 5 as well? Or did you get some dupes already? This is very jazzy. I think you got a dupe for the baby. Okay. I can't quite remember what I got. Did the Google search? She offers you no in sword. Okay. I thought it might have been that. And it'll probably say the same for Farfetched, I imagine. As well, which is a bit frustrating. But that's why I get a bit frustrated with some of these locked exclusives nowadays. At least you know why you couldn't get it. Yes. Yeah. Because technically, you could do one of your runs with an Alolan Marowak. Because we are going to have to do that trade early. Soft reselling for that one's going to be fun. I'm hoping there's somebody who likes soft reselling who wants to join in. It is not what I'm looking forward to trying. I will say that. So yeah, we're sort of mentioning it a bit to Huxley, so if you want to find something to level up on, Torkoal is free reign to go and beat up as many Torkoals as you want, because it doesn't evolve when we've got it. So if you do see something completed, that's one we can start using them as the targets. I know we've mentioned Curry can do it as well. If you just do curries, they gained a lot of experience. So you can use curries too. And what was the other thing we mentioned? Oh yeah, the jobs. You can send them in to do like the jobs, can't you? And they can level up that way without you putting them in battles or battling or knocking something out that has a limit. It'll be slow, but the amount of running around you'll do. So the only way to get Unova and Darumaka on the Switch games is Sword. Yes. And breeding in Sword. As well. Well, technically you can do that one trade. If you don't have the DLC, you can't actually get it. Either. That's the other way to look at it. No DLC. None of it. Do you have the NSO? Out of interest? / can you do trades? And are you trying to shiny hunt it? That's like the main question. Are you trying to shiny hunt it? You just want one. Okay. What is the number at? Let's just check. I think some of these save files have a big bundle of pretty much rubbish on them that are just waiting to be given away. Not even shiny. So there is a dust skull in the chat if you would like a dust skull. Let's see what's on here. I can't remember what's on what save, so. Well, we've got a Giratina here. Of course we have. Not shiny even. Does this have anything in it? If you see one, there we are. Do you want one? That you can do what you want with? Good. See the static mons in the quickest to get them. Okay. Okay, we will set this trade up. We will set this. It's got a weird name because it was for a challenge I was doing. Thank you for the lurk, Beth. Hopefully you are good. 47 badges for Beth. I will put the link code in. I use the date as my link code. I am weird that way. It just saves anyone clashing with us. So I will put it up and ready for you to join. Could you let me know where it is? The Marrow, pretty much. I guess like the long way for you, Huxley, is just to get all the Azuros and you'll just get the whole line done. That'll be your homework. Let's see. There we go. And it is the fire one. I've had about 30 polywires. I think it is the rarest spawn there. Have you still got your storm drainer at the top? Or anything like that? If you are going to breed this for more, make sure you put an Everstone on it. Okay? Otherwise it will become a Galarian one, everything that you breed. Is Azurill water normal, isn't it? The baby one? Or is it normal fairy? Can you remember? I can't remember. Water fairy. Okay. That's Storm Drain. Okay, you're just getting the bad luck. I think Poliwag is one of the more common ones. Sadly. No worries, no worries. We always try to help where we can, and I know this is one of the most exclusively annoying things to go for. And this is sort of like my sort of storage one. Azurill is normal fairy. Okay, so that might be why you're not getting it. Because you've got the Storm Drain on. And you're only attracting the Poliwags. Like, that is probably what is going wrong. Normal fairy, Azu. Yeah, you're after the baby one. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. I thought it didn't have one of the two. I couldn't remember if it was water or fairy it didn't have at the beginning. Because I've fallen for that one. I've battled it many times. So there we go. See, most of the stuff I've got in home, so I've got spares of everything, but most of my save files just have the non-shiny unwanted stuff, is probably the best word for it. That's not legendaries. Spoiled one instantly. Good job you were here with us, right? Sadly, there isn't a way to increase increase normal or fairy as far as I'm aware. Just make sure, I should have really put a bit saying make sure you don't have like an intimidator at the top. But I believe intimidate lowers random spawns, but it shouldn't affect you where you are, in fairness. But this is the power of those abilities. You've seen just how much it took over the spawns there. That's why we sort of were encouraging people to get the ones that are going to be for the types they want. If you didn't have that storm drain, I would say just for fun, go and have a little look around where you're getting Psyduck and see how many actually are turning up now. Marl or Azurill? Azurill. Oh, Huxley wants to find Marl spawns. Actually. We've got, at the moment, he's hunting the Azurill. Because we think it was just a one-off wanderer that must be a daily spawn that he ran into. Because it never respawned. So I was just curious to see any that are not when it's raining. Okay, so that was more what it was. And small more than one, yeah. So maybe Marrow is a weather-related one. So this is why another part of me wants to focus a lot on the wild area, but I can't really do it until I start the game. So I might set up all the different ones. So there's quite a lot to do on that side of it. Let's do this. You can also follow along with It's Beth, who does do some Pokemon stuff, a bit of champions, learning the battling, has been working a bit on the Elden Ring recently, and a couple of others. But you can also get to see the cats as well if you follow along with Beth. So enjoy. There are going to be some special anniversary or landmark ones for the 1,000 followers as well. All the Whispers now, yeah. Whisper is one of the more common ones. Azurill is very, very low spawn numbers. Bathtub soap, make it towel. Plastic. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's going to be the problem with Azurill. If you do research it and see Meryl is weather related, I would suggest just waiting for the weather and pick something else that you want. You don't need to announce what you're going for. I'm not going to keep getting people to put new things up. It's listed as a unique overworld encounter. Not like Pokopia. No. Yeah, I think that's going to... Oh yeah, we're in the Outlands. I didn't even realise. Sorry, we didn't miss anything. Just don't worry. So it's soft reset then, basically. It's not raining there, though, is it? So it might spawn in the rain. I can double check some more. Like I got so many guides set up. Politoad only makes it rain in battle. Yes, it's got to be actual rainy conditions. It also says it can appear in other areas of the DSL, but only in the rain. Yeah, that sounds about right. I can update all the lists for that a bit later. Do you want me to tick off Psyduck or cross off Psyduck on the update list? If that makes sense. So it means we've got one. Or just people won't see it because they won't go for it, because the idea is you always have a look at the page. You can filter by not caught. I think the only thing I didn't take off was the Galarian, Slowking and Slowpoke. Which I'm pretty sure we can't get right now. Where does this mean? The one where I've put the list of what people's preference were, or like the updates page. Do you want me just to put a tick next to it that Psyduck is done, or do you want me to cross it off? Or just leave the list like with what is still needed on the update page. Like that is, it's not that serious, that page. Like the idea is if it's not on the list, it's not something to try and avoid. purposely hunting unless you request. Like, the thing is, when we get to, if all of them get ticked off, just as an example here again, because you're in the chat, it's easier. Just for the example, say, you want to go, I'm going to go for Cypher. I can put that Huxley is targeting Cypher. And it doesn't mean you can't go for it, but people might want to try and go for things nobody else is going for. Not so much to stop you getting it, but so that they have the chance to get a few of them. That makes sense. So we can start targeting other things rather than just the one or two that are in front of us. If that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, if 4 of you want to go for Cypher, and there's 10 things left and Cypher's one of them, and nobody's going for Pincer, just as the easiest example, it could be a case of you're all going to be in the same place. If you're in Shield, or if you're in Sword, go for Pincer and Cypher. Like, it doesn't make much difference. That's why I've got it so you're in there. So if you're in here and you say you've got it, in the chat, I don't know if you can put it. You can sort of do that as a message. SBC, we got the Cypher, and everyone can see they get the ping, they can move away from Cypher. Yeah, I think that's where we've ended up putting Huxley for now. But if you don't fancy doing that one at the moment, feel free to go for something else. As well. Like, and the reason I'm out, interesting. Oh, you're at the barber. Huh? I'm not sure. You're good for here. Okay. Now, are you actually doing all the encounters or just the Azuros? See, it could be a day where, I don't know, I never watched any of those shows. I sort of started watching a few clips of the British version, but not really for me. Running through the rocks and doing Azura. So what you could do one day, again, this is not now, this is down the line. It could be a day when you and, let's just do an example one, you, me and Bree are all needing most of that stuff. We could do a bit of a race in there to see who finds something first, if we need all of it. Like, that's where you can also add it. You can add people to it, that's just an example. I don't really watch reality TV, to be honest. Or anything chef related. In fairness, this year, all I've watched on my TV is The Boys, the Royal Rumble, the Elimination Chamber, and WrestleMania, and some football. That is all that has gone on the telly this year. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you have a nice day and you get some rest tonight, Pixel. And we will see you for more of your event conversation. Is that something like if we go back to about this time last year, I was setting up the idea of doing a shiny race every Sunday in different games. The prize would be you pick the stipulation in the next game. And if you want a shiny from one of the vaults or the vault of that game, you got the shiny. So, like, week 1, I think we actually did Route 1 on here. And I think between us, we did 3 hours. This is back when I did the 3-hour streams. We got 1 shiny in the whole 3 hours. And then the next game was Legends Arceus. So the person got to pick the map for Legends Arceus, which they picked the Highlands. So we had to spend the 3 hours shiny hunting in the Highlands. And the winner of that got to pick a type to hunt for in Scarlet and Violet. And they picked a type and we went and did that. But it slowly fizzled out. But the idea was to change the game each week. And let people pick stuff like that. And we can almost turn that into what we're doing here. Like, especially when we get a few more targets done. If we get a set weather, that's a rarer weather, we could go and target that area between us. But this was back when we were sort of like less than 10 people like watching most times. I hadn't really mingled with many of the other people outside of um, the main circle as such. But I think one of the most important things was mingling with more and more. But that was something we used to do. And I wanted to try and make it a Sunday thing every week, but as I said, the third one, I think I ended up doing it by myself. So it was like, you know what, I can't be bothered with it. It's not worth the hassle of trying to set it all up, getting the proof pictures. Like, there were some people who were quite happy to play. People you've seen in chat, like Pokemon Gamer was in. I think ironically played a bit as well. Maybe a bit of Boy from Belgium. But slowly, again, the thing you'll learn as a streamer is people are going to come and go. It's not you being good or bad. It's more that their life changes, their circumstances change, and they have less time to be in and around your streams. Their interest in games will change. That's nothing to do with what you're doing wrong. It's like, we will change games. Like, look how quickly we got a few of us involved in Retro Rewind. Like, you know what I mean? It changes, habits change. And these are the key things really to note from just doing this for about 18 months now. Just how much tiny things change. I think for me, March was kind of bad because there was so much out, and a lot of people came back to the franchise. So there was more people playing the games, if that makes sense. And now that they've done their bit, they've moved on, you find yourself getting a bit more attention because you're still there. Although a good few of my friends that do stop by don't really care. They probably aren't interested, yeah. And that's a bit of both. Like, you'll find that in both worlds as well. Like, some people like this, some people don't care. And I think it's such an important lesson when you like start out, you're gonna see people come and go. It's easier to chat in the slightly quieter streams than it is with the hundreds as well. So you sort of get to meet people that way, and then you become more confident chatting to everyone about your stories and what's up, what you're doing. But now, as I say, more people are dropping out of playing the games. There's more eyes put on you, if that makes sense, because and then you present a challenge where everyone can get involved, and it works lovely. But that is free. I think that will do for today. As I say, we'll do some radar tomorrow. Why not? Why not? Let's close some of this down so I don't break everything, because that's usually what happens at the end of this. We can stop that. Close that. Right. Pause this so it doesn't continue going. Or stop it. Close that. And who shall we go and say hello to today? That is the question. Who? Who? Let's see who is online first. You do have an idea for something in the future. Okay. Okay. Do we want to see some more big challenges? Is that an option? Oh, I think we should. Oh. See whether our friend Oreo is going to get a shiny, because he is actually doing a little bit in this challenge as well. So why not go and say hello to him today? He's got one screen on. He's also doing his Heart Gold, Soul Silver Shiny Living Dex. And you can usually have a bit of a laugh with him. He's very fun. So thank you to... And the bird raid message, indeed. Thank you to Huxley for the resub and the gifted subs, the new follows, the gym badges, the streaks, and for being here through this challenge. Congratulations again on your Psyduck. I will be back tomorrow for a little bit of Radar, because we can go through some slower tutorials for everyone. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And yeah, let's say hello to Birdkeeper Oreo. And yeah, goodbye and thank you.